6. Command Toga, SRS runway, auto thrust is loose. 80 knots, thrust set. 5500. 31. Rotate.
Chat, we're not waiting another minute to get this show on the road. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome in to the greatest flight sim module to ever grace our PC desktops, the Felis 747-200. I love this airplane so much. There's something about it. There's something special about it. I can't get enough of it. I hope you're ready for this one. We are professional 747 pilots now. I've done some additional studying and brushing up on my systems. I think I'll be able to get us through. Oh, you know what? I got to turn my sim sounds up a little bit. But I'm excited for this one, y'all. I'm excited. We're going to be doing a mini long haul. This one's a true mini long haul, about 3 hours, 3.5 hours, going down to Saint Martin. We're sitting here at the Nimbus JFK. And I downloaded this scenery. I picked it up, $25 or whatever it was on the sim market. It's actually pretty darn good. So you'll be able to see some payware scenery. Unfortunately, no payware scenery for St. Martin. It's I'm surprised it's been so neglected by, the sim's been out forever. I'm not really expecting anything new to be out, but just since the fact that X-Wing's been around forever. Look at that. What do we got landing in the background back there? What's that? Ooh, a 7.5 UPS. Look at that. Bluebird Sims doing some testing there in the background. They're just teasing us. We are on Iveo Premium. We have a couple of heavies that are lined up next to us here. We're ready to go down to St. Martin together. It should be fun. We are doing a green dot in cruise. We're doing a little bit shorter green dot because, like I said, this flight isn't super long. I also have to go pick up my vehicle from the maintenance facility. I've got to pick it up here later this afternoon. So I may have to leave in the middle of the stream for about 20 minutes, maybe 30 minutes max up at cruise. But other than that, we should be smooth sailing all the way down. So who we got here? Oscar, what's up? Turks in the house. What's up? Aaron, Bajark, what's up? Jeremy Harvey in the house. Flight Sim Guy, what up, man? Rapid Fire 777, AJ Funari in the house. Maddie K is here. A Nick, True Blue Lou, Pete Ski, Flight with Realism, Lone Star 5686, Lone Star Approach. What's up, man? Good to see you, dude. A Nick's in the house. Many more. Welcome all. Welcome in. We're not going to waste any time because Zippy's Apple said that if we get off the ground by 2:40, we shall be landing at St. Martin at sunset, which is the goal. That is the goal. We want to have a sunset approach into the islands of St. Martin. So I am excited. Canadian is here. What's up, man? Good to see you, dude. Your flights were canceled, huh? Well, hopefully you're pay protected. Welcome in, man. Glad to have you here, Canadian. Hop on JFK, dude. Fire up something quick. Fly down to St. Martin with us. So True Blue Lou says sunset at St. Martin is chef's kiss. I know. That's what I'm hoping for. That's what I'm hoping for. So real quick, look around. Look, actually, let's do this mode. We're going to see. Look, so this is the Nimbus JFK. Now, every time we stream, we go live. The lighting still needs work for sure. It's like extra dark here. I know it's kind of a heavy overcast. Clouds look good. I know they're still working on the lighting. It's still beta, but it's still looking pretty good. We got all kinds of things. We got German Air Express. Never even heard of those guys. What do we got over here? A Thai A380. I'm pretty sure that's Infian, the anti-Kai-Tech guy himself. I think the TWA terminal's over there somewhere, isn't it? Yeah, we got some more heavies out there. We got Star Alliance out there waiting for a taxi in. Qantas on the other side. Here's Kennedy Tower. Kennedy Steve, Boston John. Well, Boston John will be in Boston. So anyway, look at this other 744 PMDG. Where you at? PMDG, where you at? PMDG, please just send me a DM telling me what year we expect your 7.4 Classic to release in Microsoft, because I don't know if I'm going to be able to contain myself. I don't need a release date. I just need a release year. So anyway, here's our beautiful 74200. And we got quite the setup to do, chat, so let's go ahead and hop right into it. Now, I noticed something interesting for any devs that are out there watching. Look how dark the cockpit is right now. Now, when I get the lights on, it won't be that bad. But check this out. So if I hit C, now it appears the cockpit is kind of lighter than like it kind of should be. But this is not cockpit mode. I'm basically just in free camera mode, right? So there might be something going on with the auto contrasting there. I don't know if that's a hint in the right direction or not. Some aircraft have received the update for dark cockpits. I don't think this one has yet, but it doesn't matter because as soon as we battery power this sucker up, get the lights on, it's still the best aircraft that I've flown. Now, I am biased. The reason I say it's the best aircraft ever, the 747 is the true queen of the skies. There is nothing more iconic. There is nothing that's got a deeper, richer history than the 747. So to have a really good model like this and a real good system, the systems are fantastic on this airplane. That's why it's the best. And here's where this sends it over the top for me. There is a vibe that you get when you fly this aircraft. When you run that before start checklist and the flight engineer starts chirping, when you run that cockpit prep checklist, you get captured into this moment that you're not just in a sim flying a two-dimensional airplane. You feel like you're part of a crew and you're about to do something special. Very few airplanes have ever reached this. The IXEG, when it was in its heyday, I used to kind of get that vibe too. Like I would set up early morning flights. I've talked about this before. Whether it was the small details in the lighting and the flickering of the fluorescent bulbs or the sounds, the really good sound pack. When the IXEG went in its heyday, I kind of got that same feeling. We're like, okay, I'm fired. It's the whole aircraft is a vibe. This airplane takes that to a whole nother level. So I hope you guys enjoy this one. It should be good. I've got the sounds up. We got ATC online. Let's not waste any more time. Let's get the battery switch on. Let's get some lights on. I do have all of my floodlights already turned up. So as soon as we close up on ground power, we're cooking with gas now, chat. We're cooking with gas. We get the recirc fans on. We'll leave the Gasper off for now. We are connected to ground power. It's going to take quite a bit of time to get our ADIRs into a line. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to run these into a line, and that's the first thing we are going to do is get the aircraft aligning. So I'm going to get the radio master on, and I'm also going to get the standby power on. With that, Now we can initialize our pause init. We're going to put them into remote so everybody is synced up here. And this is where we got to go heads down mode here and just do some work. So I'm going to ignore y'all here for the few moments where I get everything fired up. After I read the messages from Nevada Rocks. Do you have any kind of mods? No. Your Felis cockpit is so much brighter now in X-Wing 12 than mine. Nevada Rocks, are you in real weather? I've noticed in other weather scenarios, the lighting is also brighter. It may have something to do with the real world weather lighting, perhaps. I'm not sure, man. Either way, it doesn't bother me because this airplane is still so incredible to fly. So we're on pause, remote. We got to load up our gate here. We're at 41. So I've already, actually, no, we're at gate 47 or 41 now. I forget. We are at gate 41. So to be extra accurate, we're going to use our gate coordinates here. So located north on gate 41 is 4038.2. Insert. Located west, 7346.9. Insert. Boom. Now we go to desired track status. Desired track status. Desired track status. We'll keep it in remote. I'll go waypoint 1 there just so I know that aircrafts are aligned. Beautiful. This should start ticking down. So now that we have been aligned. Wonderful. So now we'll go to waypoint 1. And this is where we're going to do some initialization of the waypoints after we finish up the rest of our setup here. So from the top down, let's go ahead and run through our panel. That's off. Anti-skid is off. Body gear steering, we'll save that disarmed for now. Actually, I don't see why we can't arm it right now. Storm light is off. Lights will go nav and logo lights. Those are on. Seatbelts and no smoking. Those are coming on. Emergency exit lights are armed. We are aligning. I always forget. Do I keep it in align mode? Or do I put it straight to nav? I think I keep it in align mode until the flash is green. Then we go to nav, I think. Radio masters are on. Stall warning. Mach vertical airspeed. Over rotation tests. Anti-ice is off. Probe heats. Windows heats are off. Indicator lights. Looking good there. Beautiful. We'll keep everything the way it is. Over to the flight engineer panel. We got all that rocking. We can just go galley power bus 1 and bus 2. That's fine. Fuel totalizer and gross weight. We got to set our gross weight. Pumps are off. I'm going to turn down the radio volume all the way down for a minute there. There we go. I'm going to juice up our hydraulic number 4 here to get some brake pressure. And everything else looks good. Fuel jettison panel. We're actually probably going to use that a little bit later. So that is set. Okay, we'll go ahead and clear you out. Now we need to do some payload. So let's go. I'm actually going to turn this all the way down. Zippy says I need 300 likes before takeoff. That may be a challenge considering there's not 300 people here, but I like where your head's at, Zippy. I like where your head's at. All right, payload time. So I've been looking at trying to get the payload data proper here. Shakovic, conditional failures are turned on. Yeah, come at me now, bro. Conditional failures are turned on. Calculated packs. We're going to load everybody up. We're taking a full load of packs today. 338, I think, is the max. Scroll you all the way up. Cargo to load. We've got 63 tons, 63,000 pounds. Oh, wow, 380. We're taking everybody to St. Martin today. 388. Cargo. We're going to be close to our over gross weight here, but we'll be fine, I think, for max or zero fuel. We got 65. Actually, let's just call it 60,000 pounds. We're going to go ahead and begin the loading process. All right, now for refuel, let's go ahead and bring this sucker up. Total fuel required. Block fuel 149. We're going to take an extra. We're going to go 160. We'll take an extra 10,000 pounds of fuel. 10,000 pounds of fuel. 160. We should be in the 530 zero fuel range. Let's take an extra 5 just to be safe. Fuel on board 185. We need 165. Call tanker to reach total fuel. or drain. We need to drain 20,000. So we're going to call tanker to start draining that. I think he has to fill it all the way up and then drain down, which is fine. Okay, so payload is doing payload things. We'll come back to the performance here later. What we need to do now is begin our waypoint execution here. So we've got 9 waypoints to load in. We are waypoint 1, ready to go. Desired track status is counting down. You can see we're down to 75. So we need to be at 0.5 as the highest. So everything is set there. We're looking good. Let's go ahead and pull out our charts, our nav log for St. Martin. So we're on the Kennedy 5 departure, which is a non-RNAV departure. It's the only one we can do. And then we have our en route waypoints. So let's go ahead and start this. Remote is on for all 3 units. Remember, you are just as responsible as I am for these waypoint coordinates. First one is ship located north 4019 decimal. That's kind of screwing my eyes up. I like to put it right at the top. 4019.7. 4019.7. Insert west 7314.8. Insert. Waypoint 2, north, 4014.9, insert west, 7305.1, insert. Waypoint 3, Dodgers, north, 4006.2, insert west, 7247.7, insert. All right, after Dodgers, we're going to cycle down to waypoint 4, blue, north, 3958. Decimal 1, insert, west, 7229. 7229, decimal 9, insert. Waypoint 5, dumper, north, 3944.7, insert west, 7159. Wait, 7159. Located west, 7159. Going cross-eyed here. I gotta change my view. Decimal 5. Insert. Waypoint 6 is Isles, north 3925.6. Insert west 7118.8. Insert. Waypoint 7, let's cycle down, is located at squad north 3759.8. Insert west 7034.9. Insert. Our next our next flight in this, we're going to be using the LTN, so that'll be fun too. It'll kind of speed up the process a little bit. Next one is Darux north 3609.5. Insert west 6927.3. Insert. Beautiful. Waypoint 9, no SID, located north 3406.6. Insert west 6854.8. Insert. All right. We're going to make a comment. No SID is waypoint 9. I'm going to pin that message so I don't forget. All right. No SID is waypoint 9. We'll go ahead and get rid of that for now. Let's go ahead and kill the remotes. Remotes have been killed, and we can see here. We'll put you. I guess I'll keep you on desired track and status for right now. We'll put you on distance time. That's incorrect because it's actually, we haven't been aligned yet, so that looks fine. All right, cool. That all looks good. Waypoints are in the box. Let's get you turned up here a little bit. Turned up on those. What's this? Approach chart light control. Interesting. All right. Don't you get low altitude airways when using 8,000 feet altitude in Sky Vector? What do you mean, McCallan? I don't know what you mean by that. You can filter Sky Vector by low and high altitude airways. You can filter them all, man. You can filter them all. JFK-TNCM is Information India 180 at 149 3035. 3035 set once. And we'll set twice. 3035. And thrice. 3035 is set. Why? My instrument panel lights. Oh. Yes, please. We'll go ahead and do that. That's in standby. All right. Now, we are aligning. We don't want to disrupt the alignment process. Actually, why is that one at 0? Why is this one at 75? Did we make an oopsie already? This one's already aligned all the way down. Interesting. SIVA moment. All right, let's get the APU fired up here real quick. Fire test. A and B. Let's go ahead and open that and then click and hold. And as long as we don't do a bus transfer, we should be okay. When you only enter position in INS1, the remote function only works when entering waypoints. Oh, trailer, duh. Makes sense now. Thank you. Okay, we'll just do a we'll do a quick align. Well, actually, let's do this. Let's just list the line the other two. Can I just do that? Pause at gate 47, 4038.2 west. Oh no, hold on. What did I screwed that up? North 40382, insert west 7346.9, insert. Hopefully that'll continue to come on down. For some reason I thought that we could do that. North 4038 to insert west 7346.9, insert. That should start counting down. Did I enter that one correctly? I don't think I entered it correctly. It's not taking it. It doesn't appear that it's taking it. Selector needs to be on pause. I'm dumb. I'm dumb. Sorry. 4038 to insert west 7346.9, insert. There we go. Just like the initialization, I screwed it up. We're in waypoint 0 north 4038 to insert west 7346.9. All right. Now we'll give it another minute here. All right, the APU is up and running. I'm not going to change electrical buses over just yet because I'm going to see if the SIVA can get realigned. But what we can do is get some pack valves open, get some air blowing up into the aircraft. That looks good. Our initial cruise altitude is 330. 330 is set, so that checks. And if I don't see this drain down, yeah, see, waypoint, this is ready. Nav. I may have screwed the alignment up on everything, y'all. I'll tell you what we can do. No harm, no foul. Now, hopefully this won't screw all my waypoints, will it? No. All right, we're back. We're cooking with gas now. All right. Now we're cooking with gas. All right. We're all loaded up. We need to put this into triple mix, though. So we just hit 4, insert. And then 4, insert. And 4, insert. Okay, we're status. We are triple mix for all of them. Distance time for waypoint 1. Desired track for number 2. And number 3, I guess I'll just put you on track ground speed for now. Okay, so we are set to go. An INS has been aligned. Let's go ahead and close electrical circuits. And we will disconnect the ground power. And we are just about ready to get going.
Cockpit to ground. Disconnect ground power.
Goodness me. Virtual Flight Diaries has just dropped a 50 gifted membership to the channel. Virtual Flight Diaries.
Ground power disconnected.
That is absolutely insanity, my man. Thank you so much for the 50 gifted memberships. I've got it muted because that's going to tick on for a while. So, so awesome. Thank you, VFD, for the support. I hope you enjoy the stream, man. Thank you so much for that. Jonathan Paulman, welcome to Commercial Pilot, my man. Thank you for joining the channel yourself. Thank you so much. All right, we are going to pull up the X Pilot now. We're going to run a checklist. We do have an auto ATC, or no, ATC squawk code of 2640. So let's go ahead and throw that in, 2640. And let's get this thing started off right. Gifted sub bomb by Virtual Flight Diaries. Thank you so much, my man. Thank you, thank you, thank you. One of us now. Here we go. Checklist before start, pilots. Let's go to work.
Before start checklist, please. Gear lever and lights. Down and check. Brakes. Parked.
That's me.
Start levers. Off. Radios. On and check. Flight control hydraulic power. On. INS. Check and nav. Compasses. Slaved. Window heat.
Just started raining.
On.
Don't tell me we have puddles.
Seatbelts and no smoking. On.
Digital Merc, what's up,
Emergency
man?
lights.
BKG, Blueface.
Exterior lights.
Thank you. Good one and only. Good
Check.
afternoon to you, BKG.
Flight instruments. Check. Altimeters and clocks.
1, 0, 2, 8. Set and chest.
check.
Oh, cross check.
Radio INS switches.
Radio.
Radio. Radar and transponder.
Standby.
Standby. Indicator lights.
Check.
Check. Engine and wing anti-ice.
Off.
Off. Stall warning.
Test.
Check. Mach airspeed warning.
Check.
Check. Auto brakes. Check and off. Body gear steering. Arm. Anti-skid. On. Autopilot and flight director.
Check and off.
Check and off. Takeoff warning. Check. Auto flight enunciators. Check. GPWS. Check. Instrument warning. Check. Flight director computer selectors. Check. Instrument source selectors. Normal. Reserve brake valve. Closed. Spoilers. Down. Static selectors. Normal. Oxygen mask and regulator.
Check.
And
Emergency
emergency
off.
off. Brake pressure.
Check.
Check. Stabilizer trim.
Check and on.
Check and on. Rudder and aileron trim. Check.
I gotta answer this phone call real quick.
Completed.
Hello?
American 1887 Heavy for Delta 1887. Push and start pilot's discretion. India current, please pick it up. Holster to Alpha, call for taxi, runway 22 right for departure.
I think my truck is ready. All right, look at that. Look at that, chat. Look at all that green. I love you the green. I love you the green. Next list. Here we go. Before start, flight engineer panel. Cross check. All right, let's go ahead and send it. See how good we did.
Battery on. APU panel.
I love this guy.
Check. Auxiliary power. Check. Engine oil quantity. Check. Fuel quantity. 164,832 pounds. Fuel panel. Let's see.
Oh, I forgot the fuel pumps. Come on, rookie move, man. Rookie move.
Check and set. Pressurization controls. Check and set. Bleed controls. Wait.
Okay, so I figured this out too. He wants this. Oh, no, I forgot.
Check and set.
There we go.
Hydraulic quantity.
That's on me. I figured it out though.
Check. EPR computer. Let's see.
Ah, go around.
Go around.
Damn it. See, I'm not a flight engineer.
Circuit breakers. Check. Indicator lights. Check. Electrical panel. Check and set. Air conditioning controls. Let's see.
So he doesn't want the ADPs. Air conditioning controls. I just passed this earlier. Half? Off?
Check and set.
Okay, then for start, we need to go
Fire
open.
control and wing overheat panels.
So, there we
Check
go.
and set.
I got it, I got it, I got it, I got
Equipment
it.
cooling.
I got it, I got it. We're good, we're pros.
Check. Passenger oxygen.
Check.
Check. Hydraulic panel. Check and
And
set.
set.
Fuel jettison panel. Check. Crew oxygen.
We're going to use this today.
On. Oxygen mask and regulator. Check and emergency off. ADPs off. Checklist completed.
All right. Well, I'm not a flight engineer, but we got most of that done. Okay, so before we could do after start, we need to look at our payload. We are loaded up and ready to go. So let's take our fuel totalizer and gross weight. We're 164,000 pounds, 611 on the 164 fuel and 611, right? So let's go to our perf takeoff. We're going to do from sim, from weather. We're doing a flaps 10, set speed bugs. We are flaps 10, takeoff weight 611. That's heavier than planned. Let me cross check. I was planning 520, oh no, 674. I'm actually way lighter than planned. I was planning 674. Where did we lose the weight? Let's double check our numbers here. Let's double check our numbers. Payload 60 thou. Oh yeah, we're supposed to have another let's take some more.
Fly the runway heading, frequency change approved. Have a good flight.
We're really supposed to take 135.
You too.
That's a lot. Let's take 100 thou. Instant board and load. So now, if we go to our perf takeoff, load from sim, runway too short. We can't do that. Takeoff 736. Yeah, now we're too heavy. Hold on. 85. Instant board and load. Perf from sim. There we go. Gross weight 721. 721. Oh, I have no packs on board? No, I think I do. Look. People, passenger 388. We have currently on board 20 crew, 388, 8,500 pounds. That checks. Now we're checked out. That's why we do this before. So recalculate from sim. Is it because it's wet? I think because it's wet. 8,500 feet. Corrected runway 8528. There's still 721. We're still like 20. Let's go back to the payload. Let's go back to 70. Instant board and load. Okay, so now... There we go. There we go. Yeah, it's not counting full length. It's okay. But I'm trying to get my takeoff weight. 700,000 pounds is what we were at. So we're good. I want to be nice and heavy because we have to, here's the thing. We have to get below our max landing weight of 630, which we should definitely be able to burn that. We're definitely going to burn 50,000 pounds, a little more of that. So, okay, we're good. The runway is wet, but it won't read it from, I can't change it. Oh, I can. Okay, condition wet 93034. Okay, now set speed bugs. So here we go. Initial pitch 14 degrees, stab trim of 5. Initial pitch of 14 degrees. So what we're going to do is go flight director on. We're going to run this up to 14 degrees. So that's 12 and a half. What's the rain doing now? 14 degrees. Okay.
American 181 Heavy, Kenny Tower. Thank you. ATIS India current.
We are
runway
set.
22 right. Taxi via right on Alpha.
Now let's see where they're going to send
Delta,
us. 2 2s.
Charlie, hold short of Echo. Cross runway
In
2 right
use.
at Delta.
2 2 right is 12,000.
Delta Charlie.
That's what we need. Runway heading is 224. Runway heading will set
American
224.
181 Heavy, negative. Runway 22 right. Taxi right
We're on the
Alpha.
Kennedy 5
Delta,
departure procedure.
Charlie,
Off
hold short of
runway
Echo,
22.
on
Initial
Charlie,
climb
cross runway true and
is
right
going to
at
be
Delta.
heading 232.
Alright, so Delta Charlie, hold short of Echo.
What departure date are we? We are Kennedy 5, fly runway heading. So he gave us runway heading of 224. We'll eventually join Canarsie 12-3. 12-3 is set.
Delta 1887 Kenny Tower.
This is what I talk about a vibe, Chad. We are not just booting up an airplane. We got a lot to do. All right, I think I'm good with that. Let's go to the ground ceviches.
Delta 1887, roger, thank you. Runway
All right, that's good. We're loaded up. Let's go Shift G, detach the jetway. Let's give them a call for push. JFK Tower 19-1.
18014, runway 22 right, clear for takeoff.
Or gate 41, ready for push.
2 right, clear for takeoff, American 1887 Heavy.
There goes Zippy. Beacon's coming on. Kennedy Tower, good afternoon. The Clipper 357 Heavy, gate 41, ready to push and start.
Clipper 357 Heavy, Kenny Tower, good afternoon. ATIS India, current push start, pilot's discretion, squawk mode Charlie, hold short of Alpha, call for taxi, expect runway 22 right for departure.
We'll expect 2-2 right for departure. Push and start approved. We're squawk altitude. Clipper 357 Heavy. All right, we're up 2640 TARA. Altitude 1 is set. Let's hook it up and go.
Spirit Wing 188.
Let's
Ground
hook
to
it up.
cockpit. Please show me where you want to go.
Hold short of Alpha. That's where I want to go.
Ground to cockpit. Tow is driving up.
We're going to go ahead and get the electric hide 4 on for push. It's getting a little hot in here, Juan. Let's get some air on and pack one there. Hold on. I got to text my reef. All right. No trees on this takeoff.
Okay, all doors and hatches are closed. Ready to connect.
It's raining now in Kennedy, man. Let's do a welcome
Ladies and
aboard.
gentlemen, this is your captain speaking. On behalf of the entire crew, welcome aboard the Boeing 747 Classic. We will depart shortly after we have our clearance and the cabin crew is finished with their preparations. For now, I wish you a pleasant flight, and I will be back during the flight with further flight information.
Roger that. You know what? I don't think there's puddles here because this is a payware scenery, I think, maybe.
Windmill 5837, caution weight turbulence preceding heavy, runway 22 right at Foxtrot, line up and wait.
Well, someone just blasted off into the gloomy skies. That's the A300. That's Zippy, I think, right there.
American 1887 heavy.
Tow connected and bypassed and inserted. Release parking brake.
Parking brake.
Cocking ground brakes release, clear to push.
Starting pushback. And you may start engines.
We got 4 engines to start. Let's go ahead and crank them up. Who's ready?
To start the engines.
Ready for engine start.
Ready. Use system 1 today.
Starting engine 4.
Starter valve open.
Starter valve open. I have the sounds turned down for external engines. 20% N2.
Fuel on. Lights up.
Line 2 right, call short about the TDP. Wind now 5837, final runway heading, wind 20 runway 23 at Flightbox for takeoff.
Golly, look at that shot right there. Hit the like button if that gets you excited. I freaking love it. Number 3, here we go.
Starting engine 3.
Jesse,
Starter
yes.
valve open.
All default except the airport. I actually have a payware airport on today.
Tower, good afternoon, United 1099, United 1099 Kane Tower, thanks for India, call me November, sir.
20% N2.
Fuel on. Lights up.
For United 1099 for planning purpose, would you prefer 2 to right full length or 2 to right at Foxtrot?
Listen to that. I can smell the fuel.
Roger, thank you, expect 2 to right at Foxtrot.
Starter off.
3837, frequency change approved. Have a good flight.
Cranking 2.
Starting engine 2.
You too, good day.
Engine stabilized. Starter valve open. %, N2.
Fuel.
Fuel on.
Operation complete. Set parking brake.
Parking brake set.
Brake set, clear to disconnect.
Disconnecting tow. Stand by.
Starter off.
I love, watch when we light up. Look at the animations of the EGT wheel. The
Engine
drums
stabilized.
are perfect. Last one, here we go.
Starting engine 1.
Starter valve open.
Disconnect hand fittings out front, please. Here's our N2.
%, N2.
181 heavy, wind 18014, runway
Fuel
2 right
on.
full length, clear for takeoff.
Watch these animations of the
Lights
EGT.
up.
181 heavy.
I freaking love that.
Tow is disconnected and bypass pin has been removed. Hand signal on the right. We'll see you next time and have a safe flight.
Copy that. Thanks for the push. We'll talk to you next time. Watch this EGT as it spools down here. Look at that.
Engine stabilized.
A little roll back there, the EGT. We're stable. Brakes are set. We're clear to disconnect. Let's go ahead and close starter valve. Ignition norm. After start, probe heats are coming on. Body gear steering, we'll keep that armed for right now. Window heat is on. What does it say power off? Oh, you know why? Flight engineer flow. Close, 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 close. APU panel. We're going to go ahead and close you. Bleed air off. We'll stop the APU. Let's get these open. Cool the cabin down. ADP 1, 2, 3. Electric, that comes off. 4 is on. Aft window heat, cargo normal. Fuel heats auto. Boost pumps are set. Fuel totalizer gross weight, we're 706, 164. Look at the fuel melting off the airplane. So much juice. All right, I think we are set. Let's run after start pilots, please.
After start checklist.
Flight recorder.
On.
Start switches.
Off.
Beacon lights.
On.
Brake pressure.
Check.
Start
AJ.
levers.
Idle detent.
Engine and the ice.
Off.
Electrical panel. Wait.
What? Oh,
Check.
Delta
Back valve.
1887K,
Open. Dual warning lights. Out. Hydraulic panel.
I love when he says dual warning
Check.
lights.
Flight recorder. On. After start checklist completed.
AJ, thanks for the $3 super chat, man. Appreciate you. Disconnecting tug and pin, big guy. Yeah, we were talking about that over on Captain Canada stream. We were talking about someone was complaining about how GSX doesn't sound realistic or they're not professional. I said one of the best ones I ever had. I plugged in I turned on my headset. The guy keyed in downstairs. He's like, "Hey, big dog, you ready for push? Release brakes." Like verbatim. That's what he says. Everyone gets all hung up on the professional phraseology, and I was just like, let's try that again. Cockpit to ground. I'll release the brakes when I'm damn good and ready. All right, here we go. Let's go ahead. We're going to do flaps 10, right? So that's 1, 5, 10 selected. Flaps are coming out.
Flaps 10.
Check. Wingnut dropping the $2 super chat, man. Appreciate you. Best content on YouTube V1 and a classic jet, my man. Hey, Wingnut, we've got another long haul planned for next week, so I'm going to need that flight engineer. I'm going to need you to get your flight engineer game going on. See how the flaps came out and then they went backwards? All right, we are flaps 10, pitch trim. Perf is 14 initial pitch. Stab trim is 5 units. So actually, I'm going to come over here and we're going to run APL nose down, run you to 5. Actually, do we even need it nose down? I don't think so, do we? Well, I guess so. We'll do 5 units of stab trim. That looks good. Flaps 10 indicating. After start flight engineer panel. Let's go. EPR data and bugs are also set. We're going here. EPR, check. All right, run it.
Taxi checklist, please.
Flaps. Flaps 10.
Flaps 10.
Takeoff data. EPR and the airspeed bugs.
Set.
And cross check.
Stabilizer trim.
Set in green band.
Probe heat.
Delta 1887, final
On.
heading, frequency change.
Flight controls.
Damn.
That's on me. Come on now.
Check.
Yaw dampers.
Check.
Seat belts and shoulder harness.
Check.
APU. Off. Fuel heat. This.
It's supposed to be off. Dang it.
Off. Totalizer and gross weight.
Set 163,
Flight
705.
engineer and pilot panels. Check. Aft cargo heat. Normal. Seat belts and
Vega,
shoulder
thank you
harness.
so much, man.
Check.
Loving the Felix content.
Taxi checklist completed.
Me too, man. Thank you so much for the support, Vega. Kennedy Ground, Clipper 357, heavy ready taxi.
Clipper 357 heavy, call me Hotel Bravo, should have Alpha, please.
Hotel Bravo, short of Alpha, Clipper 357 heavy. Hotel Bravo, short of Alpha is what he wants. So, brakes
Parking brake
released.
released.
We're doing it, chat. Cover your ears. My goodness me. All right. Hotel Bravo, short of Alpha. That's going to be right up here. Key 6, thank you for the $5 super chat, my man. So we're prepping for the circling NDB approach to minimum. Yeah, something like that. Something like that. What's up, Key 6? Hope you're having a good one, man. This is Hotel Charlie. This one's Hotel Bravo. And short of Alpha, which is going to be right there. So we are here.
18014, runway 22 right at Foxtrot, clear for takeoff. Runway 22 right at Foxtrot.
Parking brake set.
Can I ground clip at 357 Hotel Bravo short of Alpha India taxi?
Clipper 357 Heavy, Kennedy, runway 22 right full length, taxi via left on Bravo, join Echo, cross runway 2 and right at Echo.
22 right, Bravo, Echo, cross 31 right at Echo for Clipper 357 Heavy. All right, 22 right. Bravo, Echo, cross 31 right at Echo full length. Let's go.
Parking brake released.
Rolling, baby. Bravo's going to be our second, right? Yeah, we're holding short of Alpha, so second left on the Bravo. Get the brightness up on my radar, get everything's ready down there. Taxiways look a little narrow. Little differential thrust juice here to get us around the corner. Look at that little weak 737. Ooh, tail strike. That must have been Fly Navy taking off there. Back nice and straight. So I can, I'll turn down the external engines now a little bit. We'll do 75. How's 75? There we go. There we go. 75%. Uh-oh, Miss V1's in the house. I bought the last cookie at Toga. Oh, no. I just ate it, too, before the stream. It was delicious. Sorry, hon. You get the brownie. The brownies are good. I've been ratted out, chat. I warmed it up in the microwave too for like 15 seconds. Oh, it was so good.
32 Heavy, coming up on Alpha Hotel Bravo. 808 32 Heavy, thank you. Runway 22 right, taxi via left on Bravo. Join.
So you got to really watch that. So monitoring your ground speed down here, I'm at 21 knots. You look like you're going way slower, but you got to be careful, especially you start making big 90-degree turns, things like that. I want to skid out. Someone's sleeping in the office tonight. Yeah, I might be. That's all right. We'll do another long haul, right? I just love this airplane too much. If you love this airplane, smash that like button. Let's get a record like before takeoff. How about that? How's that sound? Record likes before takeoff if you love seeing this airplane on stream. Thrust set, no, I forgot to do that, but this is a payware airport, and I think it's like just not showing on this one, thrust set. All right, so here's Bravo. We're gonna cross 31 right at Echo.
677 Heavy, continue Bravo, join
Clear
Echo,
left.
cross runway 31 right at Echo, follow the Heavy 747 ahead on Bravo.
Clear left. Clear right, clear to cross. Yeah, she's at home at JFK, man, that's for sure. All right, we're getting ready to cross 313 left, so we'll do this. We'll go landing lights on. All right, as we prep for takeoff.
Delta 4107, runway 22 right, taxi left on Alpha, Delta Bravo, Charlie, hold short of Echo, cross runway 31 right.
Icing considerations, check. It's too warm for engine for ice. Packs are coming closed. Let's run it. We'll skip the body gear.
Before takeoff checklist.
India current, runway 22 right.
Icing
taxi left
considerations.
on Alpha,
Check.
Delta Bravo,
Cabin
Charlie,
alert.
hold short of Echo,
Check.
cross runway 31
Transponder.
right at Delta Bravo.
Check.
Ignition.
Flight start.
Body gear steering.
We're gonna skip.
Hold on.
Back valves. Closed. Pressurization mode selector. Auto. Fuel boost pumps. On. Cross feed valves. Check. Before takeoff checklist completed.
JetBlue 985K tower, runway 22 right, taxi via right on Alpha, Delta Bravo, hold short of, correction, 22 right, taxi via right on Alpha, Delta Bravo, Charlie, hold short of Echo, cross runway true and right at Delta Bravo. Right on Alpha, Delta Bravo, right on Echo. Could you repeat for 95, sorry. Delta 98, correction,
Parking
JetBlue
brake set.
985, runway 22 right, taxi right on Alpha, Delta Bravo, Charlie, hold short of Echo, cross runway
Oh,
21 right
look
at
at
Delta
that
Bravo.
beauty. I just love it.
Clipper 357 heavy, wind 18014, runway 22 right, clear for takeoff.
22 right, clear for takeoff. Clipper 357 heavy. All right, light them up. We'll get the body gear steering after
Parking
lineup.
brake released.
Let's review
Moonraker 1,
our performance
Super
calc.
Heavy
So
tower,
flaps
runway
5
22
at
right,
202.
taxi via left on Alpha, hold
Clean
short of
speed
Delta Bravo.
242.
Left on Alpha, hold short of Delta Bravo.
Initial climb 14 degrees. Optimum climb 321. That's easy to remember.
West Indian 425 heavy.
We are
India
runway
current,
heading
hold
on
short of,
departure to intercept the
Alpha,
175 off Canarsie.
Short Alpha, West Indian 425.
Let's go ahead and go weather on. And let's go ahead and throw U5 up. All right, we're getting ready for the best part, chat. Takeoff. I will never get frustrated waiting for a heavy to line up after flying the Felis. I know why they take their sweet time now. All right, runway heading check. Steer light is out. Disarm. Y'all ready? Are y'all ready? Let's hide the yoke. Get those yogas in chat. Sounds are coming all the way up. Watch your ears, headphone users. Let's go flying. Oh, wait.
JetBlue 985 at Echo, follow the
Stabilized.
7777 coming right to left.
Oh, baby. I love it. Thrust set. Let's roll, baby.
Runway 32 heavy, approaching right turn around.
We were clear for takeoff, right?
89.
1.2,
Neutral by 100. A little bit of a crosswind from the left.
V1.
Caribbean 425 heavy K tower, runway
Rotate.
22 right, taxi speed out left on Alpha, to Bravo, Charlie, hold short of Echo, cross runway 31 right, and
Monster
Delta
rate.
Bravo.
Gear up. Fly with. Watch
Gear
yours.
up.
Chat.
Moonraker 1 Super,
Gears up.
continue Alpha, Delta Bravo, Charlie, Echo, cross runway true and right at Delta
Oh,
Bravo.
the sound.
Now, Delta Bravo, cross runway 31 right at Delta Bravo, and then Charlie, Echo, Charlie, right. Clipper 357 heavy, frequency change approved, have a good flight.
Frequency change approved. 30% heavy. Say it.
So,
22.8 is up. All right, let's go ahead and lower the nose. I'm going to just maintain, let's go direct to Canarsie, just kind of get us going, I guess. Actually, we could waypoint at it. We'll do a couple things here. Lower the nose, begin accelerating. I'm going to go ahead and lug 250. Let's go INS. Oh, wrong one. INS nav to the left.
Flaps 5.
Clean it up.
Flaps up.
Go Command A. Doing it out of order. Do a couple of different things here. I'm going to do that. I'm going to do vertical speed. I'm going to lower us nose down here a little more. Then we're going to do a couple things. We're going to go waypoint change 0, 1, insert. That's coming on. Now we'll go nav, INS nav, cruise altitude 340, outcell arm, approaching 250 knots. There she is. IS hold, 250, EPR set. All right, everything else is looking good. Let's get some nacelle ice on just here real quick. All right. After takeoff checklist, options, external will turn down to about 50. Cockpit sound will lower you to about 75. Can't get to anything in the chat here. Let's go ahead and run this.
After takeoff checklist.
Gear lever.
Hold on.
Oh,
Off.
it's off. I got you.
Landing and logo lights.
Damn.
We got to skip those till we're at a 10,000.
Ignition.
Check.
Seatbelts and no smoking sign. Check. Back valves. Open. Fuel heat. Auto. After takeoff checklist completed.
No, I can't. I don't think I can get any radar show. All right, after takeoff check is complete. 250 knots. Flyby, ladies and gentlemen. Let's go. All right, back to full screen cam. Sounds are coming down. There's my taxi instruction. Let's monitor our climb out here. Let me give it back. Portable Gamer, the 747 Dono. My man, appreciate you, Portable Gamer. Says your office is going to feel like a dry sauna after 6 hours of a maxed out GPU. I'll tell you what, Portable Gamer, thank you so much for the 747 Dono. My GPU doesn't run near as hard on X-Plane, believe it or not. When I launch Microsoft, it goes full-blown max fan mode and it's running max temp. X-Plane, it doesn't even go max fan mode when it's running the SIB, like every now and then. Like right now, let me see. Like right now, it's on max fan mode, but it's nothing compared to Microsoft, to be honest with you, man. It's actually significantly less. But thank you so much for the 747 Donut, man. Appreciate you. Weather radar doesn't work with zinc. Oh, that's the AMD plugin that I use. Okay, so we'll go ahead and shut it off. 8.8. We're cooking with gas now, chat. I missed a lot of messages back there, but was that awesome or what? Man, there's actually some nice, we're going to get a breakout here, maybe? Are we going to get a X-Plane 12 breakout? Let's prepare for it. 9.4, engine instruments are all in the green. We're looking good. This is one of the best add-on flight sims ever. Andrew, I couldn't agree more, my man. I could not agree more. You are 100% correct. How is X-Plane these days? Andrew, with this airplane, let me say this. Hot take. I have more fun flying this airplane and this sim than I do any other airplane or sim. It's that much fun. And there's, you know, I'm slightly biased because I am a huge fan of the 747, right? So, you know, enter the PMDG 74, 100, 200, maybe it'll compete. Who knows? But I'll tell you this right now. PMDG's got their hands full if they want to bring something that is, I didn't mean to do that, is complete and not even complete. Optimum climb 321. Something that brings a vibe, you know, more than just a module, more than just an airplane. This airplane captures it. I mean, when we're sitting there at the gate, you cannot tell me that you didn't feel engrossed in the whole simulation, right? You've got the flight engineer talking, the first officer talking. You feel engrossed in the simulation. That is so hard to capture in our sim world, and Felis blew it out of the park. Micah, thank you for the 22 months. Love the recent streams. Let's keep it up. Iron Man, thank you for the 37 months. Good afternoon, Captain. Hope all is well. All is well, Iron Man. Thank you so much for the support, both you. And just like that, Sawapi, getting ready to do an IS hold here at 321 knots. Sawapi dropping 50 gifted memberships to the channel. Swappy, my man, IS hold. Thank you so much for the 50 sub bomb. Just like that, chat, we've got over 100 new members to V1 Nation. You guys are absolutely awesome. Thank you all for the support. Very, very kind. Appreciate each and every single one of you. Truly, truly do. I'm going to run these nacelle ice just a little bit longer, just in case. They're kind of going in between these layers. Very, very kind. Thank you so much, man. Both you, Virtual Flight Diaries and Swappy, dropping massive 50 sub-bombs. Miss V1 says, it's okay, everyone. Crisis averted. I got the cookie in the display case. I just want to make sure y'all know I was okay. Wait, so you got this cookie in the display case? How long has it been sitting there? Did you really want that cookie? So if you guys don't know, so the place where I go get my boba tea, I get the boba tea. They have these custom chocolate chip cookies. They're like no other. They're like the felis of chocolate chip cookies. And you heat them up like 15 seconds, and it's unbelievable. Apparently, I took the last one. Miss V1 got the one in the display case. I don't know. Thank you again, Swappy. I mean, the memberships are still getting gifted out through here. Felis is almost done with the 742 freighter with CFM6. Is that for real, Nevada Rocks? Like an official freighter variant? Now that will be really cool. All right, now we're cooking at a 14.4. Chat, I've been reading about the fuel system. We got a lot more to do here. So let's just monitor our... we're going waypoint 2 to 3. We're going to get a DME update going too, because we don't have a lot of time to get a DME update. We shouldn't be too crazy. Not super long of a flight. We'll do that in a minute. But let's go ahead and head to our fuel panel here at 10,000 feet. There's more to do. There's more to do. This P1 says they heated up. It's fine. I thought they were plastic too, Wingnut. I thought they were plastic too. All right, so what we need to do here is we're going to open the center valves, and we're going to go ahead and turn off the boost pumps in 1 and 4. So now what we're going to do, we're going to burn these faster than normal. Now we do have a slight imbalance here, so we need to go ahead and balance our fuel. We're only 43, 40, just a little bit of an imbalance. So we have a lighter tank and a heavier tank. So what we're going to do, we're going to open our fuel jettison panel here. We want to make sure our jettison nozzles are closed. Okay, we got to make sure the jettison nozzles are closed, or else we'll dump fuel overboard. What we need to do now is we need to move fuel from the right tank to the left tank at a higher demand pressure. So number 3 inboard is what we want to turn on, and we're going to cross feed to the left side, wing open. So now we're going to monitor this closely because there's not a whole lot, but we're physically moving fuel now. We're not doing an Airbus transfer where you kind of do the overboard. We are physically transferring fuel between tanks here due to the higher supply pressure from the jettison boost pump here. So we'll make sure we're 42.7. All right, that's getting really close to equal. 42.720. Cool. Close it. Done. Done. Close it up. Pressure light. Make sure it extinguishes. Now look, 42,670, we're 30-pound difference. That's I could sneeze and make a difference on that. So those are looking good. Our fuel is completely balanced. We'll leave this as is until we burn down these mains first. So we're out of 18,000 feet. We'll go ahead and set standard. Two niner 2. Once, twice, and thrice. Now at some point I gotta go get my car or my truck. Mr. Wynn, you still here? See, the problem is I can't leave yet because we're still climbing out. We gotta do a automatic level off here. Come to the office, and after we level, I'll run and get my truck, and then. Well, what time do you have to be home by? How long do we have the sitters? Because I got to get my truck. We might have to do an intermediate level off. It'll just take maybe, I don't even think it'll take 20 minutes. It's about 5 minutes away. Okay, can you, I tell you what, if you can meet me here, Lo, we'll do an intermediate level off at whatever altitude we're at when you show up. That way I can get my truck, and then we'll come back and be good to go. So if you can, just meet me here real quick. All right, what I want to get going to, like, this is why I love this airplane. We just can't just chill yet. We still have more to do. We're about to be going feet wet for quite a long time. Now, our INS, I'm sure, is totally fine right now, but I'm going to start a DME update because we're going to be out over water for the entire flight pretty much. And it's not going to hurt to at least start a DME update now. So I'm going to go IFR high, and I already kind of was scouting this out. We're going to do Bermuda eventually. That's going to be our best one. But right now, we should be able to pick up coil 13.4. Yeah, 13.4. It's off the right. We're going to DME update on coil on 13.4. So I've already downloaded the coordinates for this. I'm going to begin the update process. So to start the updating process here, we're going to go to waypoint. We're going to go to number 1 now because we're past waypoint 1. We're going to put it in DME update mode. Oh, I didn't hold it long enough. Hold 9, 7. We're DME update mode. Insert the coordinates for coil 3949 0. Insert west is 7425 9. Insert. Boom. Now we need to go DME freak, and the altitude is 0. Insert. Frequency is 1. Shoot, I screwed it up. Altitude 0. Insert. Frequency, or west. What's one's frequency again? 113. Yeah, west is frequency. 11340. Insert. All right. Distance and time 95. That checks. So we're going to go waypoint change 0, 1. Insert. DME updating is green for navigation 1 as we continue out. Now I doubt we're going to pick up Bermuda yet. We don't have a DME though. We got one. There's really going to be nothing else we can use. Waterloo 12.6. Nothing. Well, I think we'll be just fine. Snow Hill 12.4. No DME of Snow Hill. Yeah, you can see we're pretty much host. I swear, I thought that was the DME out there on Bermuda. Kind of surprised we don't have that. Cape Charles 12.2. No DME. All right. I think we'll be plenty fine. Oceania, that sounds like we should have DME. No DME on 2 either. That's weird. My DME is on, right? Yeah, there's no DME. All right, I'm fine with it updating number 1 only. Okay. Ask, yeah. INS drift is 100% modeled. What if center jumps online? I'll disconnect. Well, no, if they jump online, someone on 22.8, let me know. Okay, the wife is here. So this is what we're going to do, chat, real quick. We are going to level at 28,000 feet. That's going to burn some gas. So we're going to alt pre-select 280. Altitude pre-select 28,000 feet. Let's see, we're going east. It should be odd, right? Thrust set? Thrust set. Where are you at? 1,000 level off. Check. I'll hop offline, I guess, while I'm out. Okay, here's our altitude. Select, EEPR, hold. We're going to move you into speed. We're going to go, I guess we'll do a Mach hold. Technically at 28, we'll do a Mach hold. Cruise, EEPR. I'm going to make sure everything stabilizes. You're now free to move about the cabin. Smoke them if you got them. How's that cookie? Chat, she's here with the display cookie. Let me see. Should I show everybody what you're eating? Oh my gosh, no, I can't show them that. Unbelievable. Wow, that's the best part left. I would show the cookie on camera, but it's a less than desirable visual experience if I were to do that. All right, I don't want to waste any more time because we got a green dot to watch in cruise, and it's going to be an exciting one. We're watching another 747 green dot. So as of right now, I will disconnect from the network. I will reconnect once I get back. I think this, hopefully, guys, this is probably going to take 20 minutes maximum. I'll still be able to message you on the chat. I'm going to have my phone with me. I just have to pick up my truck, because if I don't pick it up now, I will be truckless. So, Blackbird Controls, you came in at the worst possible time. Thank you so much for the 10 gifted memberships. Babe, how much quality is the Blackbird Controls? Is the best quality you've ever seen? Look at these things. So we are using the Blackbird control levers right now, but we're using 2727 lever sets because he hasn't made a 7.4 yet, but I think he will in the future. Check out Blackbird Controls. Make sure you pick some up if you have the Honeycomb Bravo, because it is guaranteed the best quality that you will ever get for your Honeycomb Bravo. All right. I'm out. I will be right back. And I'll leave the tablet up and I'll put you, what do you guys want? You want to be flight engineer view or do you want to be wing view? I think we should be in this view. That way, if we see something wrong, maybe I can rush back. What waypoint are we going to? 5 to 6. That's a point. We need to put a far waypoint in there. Let's go, because that would have been bad. So waypoint 9 is no SID. I'm going to skip waypoints. Let's do Porsche. We'll do waypoint 3, Porsche. We're going to go direct to Porsche. So let's input that real quick. Waypoint 3, Porsche, 2255.4, insert west, 6621.1, insert. And that's waypoint 3. So let's go waypoint change 03, insert. It's 1,000 miles, so that should be plenty of time. We're going direct to Porsche. If we look at our maps, we're going to cut the corner. I guess we're going to get off of the airway here a little bit, so that's why we're disconnected from the network. So I'm glad thank you for whoever said that, because that would have been bad. I would have left and our INS would have circled back to Kennedy. So, all right, we got 1,000 miles to go. I'll redirect it one more time. Waypoint change 03, straighten out the line. Line is straight, flyby view, say goodbye. Maddie K, thanks for the $5 super chat. We're going to be somewhere east of Bermuda when you get back. Yeah, I hope so. All right. I hope not. If we're east of Bermuda when I get back, we have problems, chat. All right, 28,000 feet. There's the map for our total distance to St. Martin. I'll put you kind of up there in the corner. All right. Matty K, you have control. Don't touch anything. Nah, stream almost died. I think it's just a YouTube thing. I will be right back, chat. Godspeed. We back. Hold on. We almost back. All right, chat. We're back. We are back. All right, how we looking? I think we need to, all right, everything is good. First and foremost, let's start climbing so we don't run out of gas. So, fuel totalizer, we are 135 on the fuel, 677 gross weight. At 677, we can go to 350. So, let's continue the climb. Flight level 350. And what we also need to do is get back on course. So what I would like to do, outcell 350, EPR climb, Mach. What I would like to do is try to figure out where we could go. Let's start back at Kinner. Actually, was Kinner on our flight plan? Let's go back to this. No ship, Lemur, Isles Squad, Darux. Let's see, Darux. Let's do Darux and then reset our flight. I want to get back. So we're going to go to Darux. We're going to reset our INS. So I'm going to go ahead and actually, what do we got here? Waypoint 4 is 3958. Trying to see if we had it already programmed, maybe. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. It would have been waypoint 8. So let's do this. Let's go waypoint change 08 insert. That's going to get us back on course to Darux. All right. Now what we need to do is recycle all of our waypoints. We're going to save 1 and 2. Waypoint 3 is going to be, well, actually, waypoint 9 should be no SID, right? 3460, yep, 0.6, and 6854.8, that checks. Okay, so no SID is in the box. So we'll do 8, 9, and then waypoint 3 will reprogram to be a Mako. Yep, EPR is already set to climb. We're turning back on course. We're climbing up. We are in climb, Mach hold. So waypoint 3 is a Mako located north, 3123.7, insert west, 6814.3, insert. Waypoint 4 is Meg, north, 2821.6, insert west, 6731.7, insert. Waypoint 5 is Vinso, 27049, insert west, 6714.5, insert. Waypoint 6 will be the Porsche again, so Porsche is going to be north 22554, insert west, 66211, insert. Waypoint 7 will be Hansi, and that's where we're going to leave it, north 2202.2, insert west, 6610.2, insert. Okay, so we are all reset. We're going back to our waypoint, so I'm going to leave Hansi. We need to do this. Hansi, waypoint 9, or no, waypoint, what is it? Waypoint 7. Waypoints active are 3 through 7. And I'm going to repin that, replace pin message. May I join y'all into St. Martin, thinking of where to depart from? You could probably, Eye of the Tiger, absolutely, man. You could probably depart from, oh, I screwed up this. IS, EPR, Auto throttle. Climb, baby. There we go. You could probably leave Bermuda, or you could probably leave San Juan. I want to show y'all. So, oh, let's go back to the cockpit. Yeah, I can't do that. I just thought I could give the light view. Looks like it's pretty. See, I think our cockpit should look like this right now. Don't know why that's still happening. Unfortunately, goes in a dark cockpit mode middle of the day. But let me reconnect to the network. We're gonna reconnect here to Iveo Premium. And just double check our fuel. Fuel is all looking good. 34, getting down to 28. Once it's equal, we will stop the transferring of the gas. The last thing we want to do is get Bermuda DME updating. Hopefully we can pick it up now. Bermuda is our only hope. And that's going to be 13.9. There's no DME off Bermuda? I guess we're kind of hosed without DME update, chat. I am shocked that Bermuda VOR does not offer DME update. I wonder... Well, I bet it used to. All right, well, we're kind of hosed. There's nothing to update. We're out over the water. It shouldn't be too bad, accuracy-wise. We did some updating as we left the coastline, but what I need to do now is stop the DME update for number 1. So, do you guys remember how to do this? So if I go back to DME update mode, 9.7, and then what I do is I think I just go waypoint change 0 insert. I think that stops it. I think that stopped the DME updating process. So either way, we will recycle out of that. 47 and 6 to waypoint 8. That looks good. 154 desired track. You can see we're a triple mix. We'll have plenty of accuracy to get us where we need to go. So things are looking up. Thank y'all for hanging tight there. I had to pick up my truck, you know, sometimes coordinating with sitters, and the wife was already out and doing a bunch of things, so I had to do that. I'll dial the speed back a hair. We're climbing out at 8.4. We're trying to catch up to Turk, who took off in an 8.321. He could only do 8.0 Mach. Turk, are you in front or behind us? All right. Just making sure everything else looks good. Yeah, we're navin IAS. Let's check our weight one last time. 673, right? And we're going to 35. We're going to be right at the max there at 350. Okay. Timaru is airborne in the Concorde. Nice. Let's do a flyby. I think I left the lights on. Is there really weather? Is there really clouds out here east? All of our lights are on. Let's turn all those off. Nav beacon, strobe, wing, and logo come off. You are chilling, free to move about the cabin. What is this? Flight deck doors open. Wing, oh, engine and eyes. We can kill those. Left those on. That'll help give us a little bit of perf. Save a little bit of fuel. Let's keep dialing back that speed now. We're getting a little bit. Oh, it won't respect that. That's right. Let's go vertical speed. We got to increase our vertical speed to knock our speed back a little bit. Ignitions, they stay on flight, right? There's nothing on the checklist that says turn those off. Am I supposed to turn the ignitions off in flight? I guess so. Clear, clouds, abeam, NC, SC, North Central, South Central, Frontier. Well, I'll be honest with you, I actually like the clouds, so we don't have to stare at the water. I have real weather on, maybe it'll update eventually. So the ignitions are off. I'm increasing my vertical speed here to knock the Mach back a tad. We're hauling it, but I love the 7.4. Maybe it's an AMD thing with the dark cockpit. Mine on NVIDIA is like yours when you come back from the wing view. Nevada rocks, really? And is it, are you on the beta? Is there, I wonder if there's something in my settings that are doing it. Is there anything I could change in my settings, maybe? I don't know, man. To be honest with you, I mean, this doesn't bother me too much. I would prefer the lighter cockpit, sure, but I don't know. The 7.4 is such like a, I mean, you have such a glare shield here. Everything's pretty like hidden. In some of the, like when I come back from that wing view, see if I can get it to trip out. See, this is almost a hair too bright for me, maybe. Maybe it's a hair too bright. I don't know. It's still, that would look nice. What is, there's nothing I have in the settings, right? The beta 12.2 vanilla. Yeah, that's what I am. I'm vanilla X-plane beta, man. I have JFK as my only payway airport. That's it. Everything else is vanilla. I'm cheating a bit using McDo progress page and 346 to see how far from Bermuda I am. 300 miles and no VOR. Wonder if that's why V1 is picking to be there. I'm thinking it's just not a DME station because I'm picking it up. You could see here 13.4. We're picking up the signal, but I'm not getting DME. So the way it's coded in X-Plane, at least, it must just be a VOR only. So I'm not getting any DME off of it because we're definitely picking up the signal for Bermuda. All right, once we level here at 35, we will begin our in-flight entertainment. Another Green Dot episode today, a shorter one, but another 747. Gosh, I love it, man. You show the VOR is 13.9. Yeah, sorry, 13.9. That's, I had it on my nav too. Still 13.9, just not picking it up. We're picking it up, rather, no DME though. All right, as we level at flight level 350, we will enter a Mach hold. Check fuel, they should be close to the same. Almost 32 to 28. We're getting close. All right, we're leveling 350, and we will go cruise Mach hold. So we are in Mach hold, alt cell. Are you going to go into alt? Was I too early? It's not a Vortac or a VOR DME? Really, Micah? BDA is just a view, it does not have DME. Okay, I guess it doesn't. I gotta believe that back in the day it did. Because they would have needed DME out there. This actually looks pretty good, Slustavo. Look at the high level cloud breakup. This is looking pretty good here, chat. I'm just looking at environmentals only right now. I mean, the wings are pretty good, but I mean, there's always room for improvement, texturing, and modeling. It almost seems like in the low light, the wing looks even better, and then in bright sun, like with any sim, man, 12 noon midday, that's the worst time to look at stuff. But could always do an improvement pack there, but all right, Mach hold. EPR is set. Auto throttles are doing auto throttle things. Ground speed 430. We're cooking with gas now. As we sit back, relax, enjoy the flight. We're waypoint 8 to 9. I'm tempted to kind of just wait a few minutes until we get to the next one. Then we can relax and let it cycle. So you can see here, yeah, we're not DME updating anymore, but we are pretty much on the airway. We are pretty bang on. Consider that X-plane standards here. So we are on a Lima 456 all the way out. And we are looking good. 3 to 7, and Hansi is waypoint 7. How many more waypoints do we have? So that's waypoint 7. Ooh, you know what? This way, well, what's the meaning of fly with? Tati, it's because there have been many streams where I always said flyby after takeoff. But once we entered Microsoft Flight Simulator, there was no flyby camera. So instead of saying flyby, we started saying fly with. You can see the cloud shadows still need a little bit of improving, but golly, that 7.4 is just such a beautiful model, man. It looks just like all my die-cast models I have, the same exact airplane. Never get tired of flyby. Never get tired of it. Is there a cruise thing I could say? What's 3?
Cabin crew, take your seats.
Oh. What's 4? Yeah, I got some dancing shadows. Yeah, you can see we're struggling here. It's hot, and we are at max. 350. We're now getting above 8.1. How's our fuel? All right, so what I'm going to do, since we're waiting for the fuel, we only have 2 waypoints left, so I'm going to simplify our box one more time. Let's bring up our navigraph. So we know that waypoint 7 is Hansi. That's 3 to 7. Now, what I'm going to do is I'm going to waypoint change us to waypoint 3 right now. Because we're going 8 to 9, we're going to Porsche. So I'm going to just go to direct to Hansi, and then we'll be able to put the rest of the waypoints in, and we'll be done. So let's go waypoint change, 03, insert, 36 miles. There's really not much of a turn, just a slight turn, not much. All right, that's to be as expected. So now what we can do is we've got waypoint 3, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Waypoint 7 is Hansi. There we go. Okay. So what I can do is I could do waypoint 8 and 9. And then we'll be pretty much done. Once we hit the St. Thomas VOR, we could technically go conventional nav in. So let's reprogram waypoint 8 to be a Vank intersection, 2127.6, insert west, 6603.2, insert, and waypoint 9 will be St. Thomas. So number 9 will be 1821.3, insert west, 6501.4, insert. All right, now I'm going to update the pin message. Waypoints 3 through 9 active. Waypoint 9 is St. Thomas. So now we have keeping track. Our SIVA, we're pretty much done SIVAing now for quite some time. So I'll go back to pin messages, distance time 248. And 1086, I'll throw 1086. Long way out, but I'll have 1086 ready to go when we start picking it up. All right. We're on course. You a big X-Plane guy now? A-Rot, what's up, man? No, dude, I'm a big felis 7.4 guy, dude. This is the best airplane ever, man. 667. We got to get below... We were going to go to 37. We got to get below 623 to get up to 37. That's ISO plus 10. So we got a little fuel to burn. All right, who's ready for some... Oh, my coffee's over there. Let me grab my coffee, and we will get ready for the in-flight entertainment. Turn you all the way down. Oh, man, look at that thing of beauty. Trying to remember how I did my views back in the day. Love it. Love it, love it, love it. Let me grab my coffee. All right. Where are we going to do our in-flight from? Wing view again? Ooh, that's kind of a good wing view. Let's get some little bit of air noise in the background. Just a little bit. Is that good for audio? Let's go ahead and someone needs to remind me about our fuel. So, first class, Nevada Rocks. I mean, we could do first class like wing view would be, we got to go up. Hold on. What if we did wing view from the first class cabin? What about from up here? Oh, that actually looks pretty good right there. First class bar, says AJ. I'll say if I can hack myself back in here. I got to remember how to hack myself back in here. Give me a second. I think it's the emergency exit door. That's where I'm allowed to hack in at. Yeah, we've... Nope. Okay, let's just go this way. Oh, what's this? Spare bulbs. I vote for the bar. In the nose? Well, let's see. We got to go down the nose. Down the spiraling staircase. Welcome to first class. Oh, man. Is this where we're doing it, chat? Is this where we're going to do it? I guess I got to get closer. See, the problem is I want to see those. What if I do it like we're sitting in the middle of the floor instead of a seat? Because I want to see the clouds outside. I think that looks kind of mid. And if I put the EFE in here, IFE, I'd have to shrink it down for it to fit. Let me see. Yeah, because I'd have to move it, and then I'd have to shrink it down, and you guys would see less. I think this would be mid. I don't want to shrink it down because I have it perfectly... I did have it perfectly scaled. Let's go back to this. Fine. There's one way to settle this. Here. Pull. And it's probably time to check our fuel anyway. We're almost there. We'll go to, we need at least half the chat. So we've got 400. I need 200 votes plus. I need 200 votes. We are voting to where we're going to watch our green dot in flight. You in democracy, this is dictatorship. Hear me out, cargo hold. The only problem with that first class view is like if I were to zoom in enough to where the screen was a realistic size, you're not going to see any of the windows. So it's kind of mid, in my opinion. I kind of like looking out and seeing the clouds, or at the very least do first class wing view up high looking down. Go to the alt hold instead of alt select. Yeah, I can't quite get up there. Why am I in alt select? Oh. Altitude hold. It should have done it automatically though. Wait a second. I think it's there, right? Altitude hold? I don't know why it won't. Now my flight director's like not doing it proper. But shouldn't it say altitude hold? No, I guess not. So just like that, altitude hold is on. It's interesting we're not getting any more juice to get us up to our Mach. Oh well. I think we're safe. I think that's just all she's got. It's in cruise. It's in cruise. Hold on. I'm going to go Eeper. I'm going to get some more. I'm going to squeeze some more juice out of it here. Hold on. I think I know what's happening. And now we're pinned. I'm trying to squeeze some more juice out of it. There, now we're going 8-1. We can't do 8-1. Those are Airbus speeds. We need to go a little bit faster. What is ISA at 35,000 feet? Right now it's 50. It's minus 51. It's not that hot, right? Our speed brake is disarmed. Oh, it is now. We don't have any extra drag out. 1.56 is our limit. We're at the limit. I'm trying to juice it up here. We can't let these guys catch us. Just call yourself an ex-Northwest and watch it in the cockpit view. The poles are on point. What do we got? Wow. 56 to 44. ISA should be minus 65. 350 ISA should be minus 56. Minus 56. 7.4 nut. I can believe his. I mean, he's a 7.4 professional, so it's 56 and we're 52. So it's just a little bit warm. It's like ISA plus 3. Dougal, I'm with you, man. I think we're going to do the wing view for the win, man. I'm just trying to accelerate here in Eeper. Plus, we got about another... We got one more 1,000 pounds. As soon as our fuel is balanced, we'll start it. We're going to get 28. So what we're going to do here, once our fuel is balanced, we will then turn on the boost pumps on the wing, or on the number 4, number 1 main, rather. And then they should all burn together. Oh, actually, I went too far. It's supposed to be 28 plus 3. Right? It's supposed to be main tank, outer plus reserve. Yeah, I went too far. That's all right. We'll kill it. Yeah. I'll add the reserve... Yeah, inner, outer, plus reserve. That's all right. We'll be fine. Because it's supposed to be, what's going to be 28 plus 3? It's going to be 31. Shoot, yeah, I should have done it at 31. Which one can I can right now? Could I can this? It's alright, Diabetic Lad. We'll be alright. We'll hit the tanker if needed. Alright, we're almost to a better Mach number. Then I'm going to go Mach hold. Discord's cooked for you, Infian? ISA is minus 56.5. Thank you, Gus. Yeah, so we're about 4 degrees warmer than ISA. So technically, this is an ISA plus 10 chart. So just for real quick and dirty, so the warmer the deviation is from standard, the worse your performance is going to be. So it being only ISA plus 5, standard plus 5, we're actually a little bit more conservative than being plus 10. So we're on the conservative side of things up here at 35,000 feet at 680. We're 663, and until we get to 651, we wouldn't be able to go to 36. So we got a ways. We got a while to burn. But I realized what I was doing with I put it into Mach hold. I forget that it doesn't follow the speed bug. It just goes to whatever your Mach is. So I put us back into continuous EPR here, max continuous cruise thrust, so we can get up to speed and pull away from all these twin engine plebs behind us. And then we're going to do green dot from the wing view, because Dougal said wing view, and Dougal's been around since X-Plane 11 and the OG start of the channel. So Dougal's vote trumps all. Plus wing view is winning by 6% anyway, which is good. Do you know about the British 747 that lost an engine leaving LA? Yes, Soaring Scotsman. That is also another option. So what I'm doing now, we're going to try to do at least one 747 stream a week. I've got a great idea for next week as well. I think we might do some KLM out of Saint Martin, maybe go to Tenerife. That might be juicy. We're going to use the LTN nav, so we'll change up the nav system. But I'm saving all of the green dot episodes that are 747 related. I'm saving those for our 747 streams. So that is the plan. I'm on a huge 747 kick right now. Nevada rocks. Yeah, we're going to use the LTN 92 on the next stream. I don't know who did anybody in the U.S. use the LTN? I know Pan Am used a lot of the Ceva stuff. I'm unfamiliar with the LTN. I've done my research on it. It looks like a pretty sweet system. It's basically an early version FMS. That can be it'll be easier to manipulate. I think you guys will actually like it from what I've looked at and what I've read about it. So, all right. As soon as we hit 8.5 Mach, who's closing up the gap behind us there? Yeah, we got those guys back there. Gosh, there's something about that little bubble on the top of the fuselage. I mean, Dougal, am I right? The 747 is the only queen of the skies. There is no aircraft more iconic than this bird right here. Whether it's in the Landor livery, which is a super epic livery. There's something about it, man. Yeah, Vodka, I'm surprised he doesn't have the Tenerife crash, too. Where's Nabil at? Tell him to get on it. I think that's why I love this module so much, is because not only is it a good airplane and module in the sim, it's replicating the original one and only GOAT of aircraft, and that's the 7.4. Whether you like the 7.4, the Dash 9, the early on 7.4s, it's just the most iconic aircraft, I think. Some people say, well, the Concorde. I'm like, well, the Concorde is epic, but it was used so, like, there wasn't that many of them, and it was used kind of sparingly. It's completely epic and one of the best aircraft ever. Well, I don't say best aircraft. One of the most incredible aircraft ever made. But I don't think it's as iconic as a 7.4. Aaron, yeah, the favorite for you is the 744. I love the 744 as well, Aaron. Absolutely, man. All 7.4s, dude. I don't think there's a 7.4 variant that I don't like. Even the SP, the short-looking weird one, I like it. Now, I don't think the SP is iconic because it's so short-looking, but I still love it, man. But I love all 7.4s. All right, I think that's a comfortable Mach 856-ish, slightly below the barber pole. All right, let's go. Mach hold. We're in cruise. Wing view wins the pole. Ladies and gentlemen, it is time for some in-flight entertainment. I just want to make sure auto thrust is still on. Yep, there's the EPRs rolling back just a hair. So we are going waypoint 0 to 3. Everything looks good. Let's turn down the sim. Let's bring out the entertainment. So we're going to be going over Korean Air something cargo. Now, I haven't watched this one either, but I'm pretty sure I know about this accident. I just don't remember yet. So I'm excited to watch this one, and we'll break it down. Again, if you like these in-flight entertainment breakdowns, please head over to Green Dot channel, Green Dot Aviation. Leave him a comment, leave him a like on one of his videos. Let him know you saw it here at the V1 channel, because the reason that we're able to do this is because he agreed to allow me to share his content here. And oh, I just replaced my pin message. Oh well, I think we know what it is. 9 is SDT. So, all right. I've heard of Korean Air something. Yeah, it's because there's a couple 7.4 Korean Air crashes. We watched the one where they were flying into Guam. So that one was interesting. We learned about, there was a cockpit gradient there as well. Ironically, it's Korean Air again. I wonder, they had quite they had 3 or 4 7.4 accidents here, Korean Air. That's not good. But yeah, we'll get on this one. This is Korean Air Cargo 8509. I'm pretty sure I know about it, but I'm not 100% until we see what's going on. So I love to break these down. I love to talk through them. Let's do an audio check here. Will H, what's up, man? Good to see you, dude. Says, what would make older aircraft way more popular? Be shared flight deck ops. Hey, Will H, you can do it with this. So, but I totally agree with you, man. Yeah, for the average simmer, man, for me, I didn't look at the chat from, basically from engine start to taxi, and then I didn't look at the chat from takeoff to, 5,000-6,000 feet. And it wasn't even a busy departure. He just handed me off to Unicom, and I was just kind of hand flying around. But if you're taking off in a high workload or high air traffic environment, and you're getting vectored and control and joining a SID, yeah, it is a handful, man. So there is shared cockpit operations with this aircraft, and I'm just waiting for Fly Navy and Wingnet to get it together. I would love to have him run the flight engineer panel for me. I think it'd be a fun flight to do together. He's got to get his act together and get some time off, though. So can't just drop trips like me, I guess. I'm supposed to be flying right now. I'm supposed to be flying Charlotte to Vegas, so this is a double win for me. I get to be flying a 7.4 and get to do it from the comfort of my HQ. So everyone I knew that flew for Korean Air says the same thing. Even with modern CRM, the culture is just shut up and listen to the highest rank. Yeah, Gus, I'm familiar with that as well. That was a big emphasis on our training. So for those that are unfamiliar, when I was an instructor, I helped stand up the 141 program for Asiana Airlines, which that was a pretty cool experience, and I got to meet a lot of really cool people. And I love teaching the Koreans, man. They were really motivated. This was way back in this was back in 2010, 11-ish. Highly motivated individuals that were super sharp, and I'd say 99% of them were there for the right reasons, and it was pretty easy to teach the modern understanding of, hey, your life is just as valuable as the guy next to you, even if he outranks you. So if you see something wrong, you got to speak up. And I would actually kind of test my students on that as well. Like, I would intentionally start doing something, and then I would kind of see if they would pick up on it or not, like when we're doing sim sessions and stuff. But that was definitely the culture. This is going back in the day too, so it was even worse back then. You should join me at X-Plane 12 on the MD-11 with shared flight, and I can show you all the stuff I got trained flying MD, DC, KC-1011s. Ooh, you know what? I forgot all about the MD-11, man. I forgot all about that rotate MD-11. Interesting. We might have to check it out. All right. Bill's Mafia says, I feel like cockpit gradients will always be there because humans are human. I think you actually are correct. Our job is to minimize that slope, though, right? There is always even, it definitely exists, Bill's Mafia, even today. It's just we're trying to minimize the severity of that gradient, right? At the end of the day, someone has to be there to make a final decision, and that is the captain. That's why the captain wears the 4 stripes. You do everything you can to include your crew and come up with a mutual agreement, but when the metal meets the road, when the rubber meets the road, someone's got to make a decision and be ultimately responsible, and that's the captain. So it's a fascinating thing to study, human factors and cockpit environments, and it's easy to just sit here and talk about it, but then when you're actually in the moment, it's a lot harder than you may think. It's fascinating. So that's why I love doing these. Let's go ahead and get into it. Audio check.
Flying an airliner is a complex task. It requires highly trained pilots working together to get hundreds of tons of metal and people safely into the air. The margin for error is small, and when mistakes do happen, they can be catastrophic. When things go well, this complexity looks like clockwork, each of the components interlinking seamlessly and ticking away the flight. The story of Korean Air Flight 8509 is a dark and complex one. Its cogs and wheels are psychological, technological, and even cultural. When the clockwork of this flight burst open just seconds after takeoff on December 22nd, 1999, it revealed deep-rooted problems in the aviation industry, problems which would need to be reckoned with fast. This is the story of Korean Air Flight 8509.
Yeah. Oh, we don't have the intro? This is one of his older ones. Oh, what happened to his intro music? Audio check good? Discord went down? Uh-oh. Sorry, guys. Hopefully it'll come back up. Hopefully the audio is good. 1999, he said. So this is, coming around year 2000. Let's see. Here we go. Oh, one thing I've noticed is you'll see some aliasing issues. I think that has to do with when I rescale. I'm rescaling the image to fit it into the in-flight entertainment window. So, but I encourage you, if you want to watch the whole thing in full 2K, go to Green Dot Aviation and watch it there. This is just kind of our breakdown version.
It was 20 minutes past 7 in the morning at Stansted Airport, just northeast of London. As the airport slowly awakened to the day, 5,000 kilometers away in Tashkent, Uzbekistan, a Korean Air cargo Boeing 747 was preparing for departure. On board were 2 pilots, a flight engineer, and 33 tons of cargo. The 19-year-old aircraft had just arrived in from Seoul in South Korea and would now be completing the final leg of its journey to the UK. It had received a clean bill of health at Tashkent, and the flight was expected to go off without a hitch. But we wouldn't be starting the story here if that's what ended up happening. Mere seconds after takeoff, things would start to go wrong on this flight.
X-Plane 11 looking not too bad there. This is an older one over a year ago, so this is all in X-Plane 11. Look at the ground textures there. Pretty good.
These small imperfections in the clockwork would set in motion a chain of events which would ultimately doom the aircraft and its crew.
Chain of events.
At 29...
Remember, most accidents are not just one single event. As crazy as that may seem, and as crazy as some things are, it's very rarely, if ever, one single event. This airplane crashed because of that. There is a lot of little things that happen, which is why I'm keeping my ear to the ground for final NTSB report for both the PSA crash there at Washington, D.C., and then the Endeavour crash up there in Toronto. Because, it's easy to sit here and say, okay, they pulled the power idle at 150 feet, landed 1,200 feet per minute on one main gear and ripped the gear off. It's all the pilot's fault. while that is true statements, what else led up to the crash, right? And we won't know. We truly won't know until we get the full report. So let's get going.
9 minutes past 12 local time, the captain lined the massive aircraft up on runway 08 left.
I love that 7-4, baby.
The plan was to depart to the east into the wind, and then, shortly after takeoff, to do a 180-degree turn to head out west towards Europe. The captain pushed the throttles to take off thrust, and the heavy plane began accelerating.
Gus, no, there's actually multiple reasons for that one. We're going to watch that one next. That one's a little bit longer. I think Jeremy wanted to watch that one too. That's going to be for our next flight. Our next long haul next week will be a little bit longer, so we're going to watch that. We're going to watch a 7-4 next week. We're going to try to do one 7-4 flight every week. Look at that
Within
beauty.
moments, the aircraft took to the sky. As the captain climbed,
he doesn't have a
he
dark
used this
cockpit.
instrument here to ensure that he was putting the aircraft in the correct position.
Something's got to be going
This
on with my
instrument
settings.
is known as the ADI, or Attitude Direction Indicator. As the name suggests, it tells the pilots their attitude, that is, their orientation with respect to the horizon, how much they are pointing up or down. This symbol here represents the plane, its nose here and its wings here, while in the background, blue represents the sky and brown represents the earth.
Blue
Right
side
now,
up.
as the aircraft climbed, its wings were level and its nose was about 15 degrees above the horizon. If the plane was turning to the right, it would look like this. To the left would look like this. 10 degrees nose up looks like this, and 5 degrees nose down looks like this.
Great animations there.
At
Yeah,
night
you're right,
or in
A-Rod.
clouds,
Could be post-processing.
pilots can't see anything out their windows, and they rely entirely on this instrument to tell the orientation of their aircraft.
Most of the time. Not all the
For
time.
this reason,
Most of the time.
the
yeah.
ADI is extremely important, so there are 3 of them in the cockpit. One for the captain, one for the first officer, and one backup.
3 ADIs on board, especially important for IMC. Helicopter just crashed in NYC. Uh-oh. Into the Hudson. Was like a touring helicopter? What kind of helicopter, man? It's not good. Jeremy, good to see you, man. Yeah, we're going to do the Japan one on the next. The only reason I didn't do it, Jeremy, is because the next flight will be longer, and that green dot is a little bit longer. So we're going to get to it on the next one, Jeremy. Every week we're doing a 747 flight.
Each of them operates entirely independently, so that a failure in one has no effect on the others. Shortly after takeoff, as the plane passed 1,000 feet, the captain began a gentle turn to the right. But as he turned, something strange happened. As the aircraft rolled past 15 degrees of bank, the captain's ADI froze. He was still holding his control column to the right, and he could see out the window that his plane was clearly still banking further. But his instrument had apparently stopped registering the bank. He checked the standby ADI and the first officer's ADI, and both of these were correctly indicating the aircraft's bank.
Pretty cool. He's got the comparator warning going on there. That means that there is a discrepancy between the ADIs. And I don't remember on the 7.4 if it's is it comparing all 3 or is it comparing standby to primary? I don't know the logic on the 7.4, but he actually has a comparator warning there, which is pretty cool. So that tells you right away, hey, boom, ADI is not working. Right now, they're VMC, not a big deal. Should be a non-event, essentially, because you can still see the horizon. They're low level. He's hand flying. Even IMC, once you identify the problem, you got your standby. It really should be a semi-non-event. Even IMC, transfer controls, make sure the first officers is working correctly. Verify your other secondary instruments, right? What is your heading doing? What is your altimeter doing? Vertical speed. So, local news in New York saying there were fatalities. Oh, no, that's not good, man. Will keep us updated. So these things happen in threes. We had the, We had a Honda jet crash, now a helicopter. Got to be safe out there, guys and gals. No, Jeremy, it doesn't.
The captain who had noticed this issue. The
Not an
aircraft
audible
itself
one.
continuously compares each of the ADIs, and it had registered a disparity between the captain's instrument and the other 2 instruments. It put up a flag in front of the captain's ADI, and an owl warning sounded, indicating that there was a disagreement between the instruments. Following the standard operating procedure for this exact situation, the captain handed over control to the first officer, who then began flying the aircraft. As the first officer continued the turn west, the captain
So
began
looks pretty
troubleshooting
good.
the problem. In an aircraft like the 747, the ADIs receive their information from a system of gyroscopes and accelerometers called INUs, or Inertial Navigation Units. There are 3 INUs on board: INU 1, INU 2, and, as you'd expect, INU
So
3.
the equivalent to the Airbus, since this is an Airbus channel, would be the IRUs, right? We do the 80 IRUs. That would be the Airbus equivalent to the INU here on the 7.4. Now, this is, I didn't know if they're, I'm going to imagine that the Airbus one is a little bit more modernized than these, but this is still pretty advanced for the day.
Normally, the captain's ADI receives data from INU 1, the first officer's ADI receives data from INU 2, and the standby ADI takes data from INU 3. The captain could see that the standby ADI and the first officer's ADI were matching. It was only his own which was giving a different reading. So, their INUs were likely working correctly, while his own was probably faulty.
All right, so you got two
If he
that
wanted
are
to
matching
get
up.
his ADI working, he would need to feed it data from one of the correctly working INUs.
How would you do that in the Airbus, chat? We should know how to do that. What do you do in the Airbus if you have incorrect data on your PFD? So there's no comparator warning in the Airbus because we have all glass instruments, a little bit different stuff going on here, a little more advanced with laser gyros and stuff. But same basic principle. I know Gus is trying to get technical on us. I said the idea is the same, basically what I was saying. But how would you change the data source if you're getting incorrect data? Yep, air data switching, right? Captain on 3, right? So we would use that air data switching panel that's on the lower ECAM there, just below lower ECAM. We have those all those switching knobs. That's exactly how we would remedy this situation. We do train for this every 6 months in the simulator as well. So unreliable airspeed, unreliable data. Now, straight up attitude indicator here, just being off, really not something that you would see in the Airbus because it's glass. You'd probably just, lose your PFD. That would kind of be a similar type of failure. But anyway, I digress. We'll let Gus go off the deep end.
So, he switched his instrument to its alternate source, using this switch here, the compass stabilization switch. This caused the data to come not from INU 1, which was faulty, but from INU 3. Within 5 seconds of him flicking this switch, the captain's ADI began working properly again, and the warnings went away. As the first officer rolled out onto a westerly heading, the captain took back control and continued climbing the aircraft.
So, pretty quick.
After
They did a pretty quick remedy of the situation. Looks like they followed a checklist. Good to go. No harm, no foul. Continue on the flight. Everything looks pretty good here. Art, what's up, man? I don't know what you got. You said you're getting banned or blocked? Was I here? I don't remember that happening. What happened?
nearly 2 decades of flying and over 15,000 flights, this aircraft wasn't exactly brand new. Problems like this, although serious, were hardly a shock to the crew. What mattered on this departure was that they dealt with the situation in a calm and systematic manner. This was their role in the system, after all, to use their training to quickly and safely fix the issues which were bound to emerge when operating a complex machine. Once the plane was in the cruise, with the autopilot on, the captain began testing out the system to see if the issue persisted. He turned the switch back to the normal position. For a while, it appeared to be working, but that was only because the plane wasn't making any turns.
Straight and level, right? So
as soon as the plane began making heading changes en route, the crew noticed that it was simply frozen at wings level. Interestingly, it had no problem telling how much the nose was pointing up or down, but in turns, it was unreliable. Clearly, it wasn't the ADI itself that was faulty, but the system which was feeding it information.
Interesting.
The inertial navigation unit. The captain turned the switch back to the alternate position, and again his instrument began taking data from INU 3. For the remaining 7 hours, the flight progressed as normal across Northern Europe, with the switch in the alternate position.
So, I mean, they did a great job. They figured it out. They're probably going to write it up, I assume. So, looks like this one went off without issue. What happened to Art? I have no idea, but Dougal's got on top of it, so appreciate you, Dougal. Let's, real quick, let's see where our SIVA is at here. We don't want to be drifting off. 3 to 4, we're looking good, chat. Man, look at this. Do a little intermission here. Goodness. Say hello, X-Plane. I see you. I see you, X-Plane. What is going on? That calls for a flyby view. Shadowing needs some work. Oh, looks like we're approaching some towering cumulonimbus type clouds. I wonder if they're there in real life. Oh, we're actually getting DME1 from Bermuda. 13.9. Real quick, chat. Let's see if we can't Let's see if we can't get us a DME update real quick. I'm getting professional at this. So we're going to go DME update mode 9-7. Bermuda is located at north 3221.8, 3221.8, west 6441.3, insert, DME freak, altitude 0, insert, frequency 11390, insert, waypoint change 01, send it. DME is updating. Chat, we're cooking with gas. We are pro 747 drivers. So DME 1 is off the left. You can see it's actually already beginning a little bit of cross course correction. Makes no sense to do a DME update number 2 on the same fix. So we're just going to do a single DME update on this on the Carousel 1. All right. Man. Let's do one more flyby. X-Plane. X-Plane is X-Plane's coming to party, chat. X-Plane is coming to party. Look at that. All right, we'll go right back to our video here in just a minute. Gus says, it's the tail of the frontal system from the weekend. All right. Ooh, yeah, look at that. Oh my gosh, I want a screenshot. Boom. Please don't crash the sim. Dang, that's hot. Okay, I'm having too much fun. Back to our movie. I don't think X-Plane is dead to anymore. Jeremy, it's not, man. It's back. It's very much alive with the felis 747. It's very much alive with the 747. If you have 2, wouldn't it be preferred to back up DME 1 with DME 2? Not necessary. Hold on. Let me try to read this again. Wouldn't it be preferred to back up DME 1 with DME 2? No, it would be necessary. Or not necessary. But you could do a VOR cross-check, so I could very much put 13 on. I just had St. Thomas in that one. You know, we could do a cross-check. 198.4, so bearing pointer cross-check, DME updating. But there's no sense to DME update number 2 on the same VOR, because this DME updating will update both units because we are in trimix. So, all right. I'm going to start singing here like XP72. Going for it.
At 5 minutes past 3 local time, the 747
yeah, Matty K, in real life,
standstill.
absolutely. We do a nav accuracy check. Yes, you're absolutely right, Matty K.
The pilots parked up at the gate and
Wow,
shut
look
down
at that
the
marshaller.
aircraft.
Wait, was that real? Hold on.
The pilots parked up at the gate and
Is that in the sim? How do I get that? How do I get a marshaller to do that? That's got to be superimposed, right?
the pilots parked up at the gate and shut down
That
the
looked
aircraft.
real.
It would be too much to say that disaster had been averted. There was no reason that a problem with one of the aircraft's 3 attitude direction indicators should cause an accident. But aviation is a complex system. Every component part is linked to every other part, if not by direct connection, then only by a few degrees of separation. We're about to see exactly how a fault with one of those components can propagate across the others, and eventually stress the system to breaking point.
Okay, so this is interesting. I didn't
But
know
first, I want to say a quick word about this video's sponsor.
All right, so he's going to talk about the sponsor real quick. So what's interesting is so he just covered one flight. I guess that the accident's actually on the second flight. So they had an attitude problem. They should have maintenance come get it, right, and fix it. We'll see. First flight went off without a hitch. I'm actually curious to see where this is going. I haven't watched this episode yet, so I don't really know. But I'm pretty sure I know the outcome of this flight. But okay. There's an add-on that does it. VGDS. Gus, put it in the X-Plane channel. I need it. I need VGDS, dude. I need VGDS. I got to get my X-Plane back up into shape, man. Jesse Ordonez, you don't have it? Do you have AMD or NVIDIA GPU? I'm curious to see if this is an AMD problem, because you're the second person to say that you don't have dark cockpits. I kind of think I'm the only one with it now. That's not real. The marshaller is paying attention to the aircraft. It's true. See, you do have a NVIDIA. I wonder if it's an AMD thing. Gus, do you think it has to do with my Zerk plugin thing? Maybe? Shekovic says, I have NVIDIA and I have dark cockpits in the beta. Okay, so maybe it's just a beta thing. Yeah, I am using the beta version. I am in the beta version. That is correct. Yep, I'm going down the X-plane of rabbit hole, John, or the rabbit hole of X-plane. But here's what I'm not going to do. Even if I go the route of getting orthos and some scheduled plugins, I am not and I refuse to do all the library nonsense. I was going to download that freeware St. Martin, but there were 74 libraries that were needed. No, thank you. Done with libraries. Libraries are done to me, or dead to me. But sceneries, I'll probably do. VGDS, I'll probably do. Yes, I have Zinc enabled, Nevada Rocks. I have Zinc enabled. That is correct. Gus says it might be just the aircraft that requires some fine-tuning. That's fine. Look, I'm having so much fun with it. I can honestly, that'll just be a bonus when it happens. I mean, I've had more fun in the 747 on these last 3 flights than I've had in like the last month of flight sim. Maybe the last like 3 months of flight sim. So, that's just how much fun this airplane is for me. Hand flying. I'm getting tempted. We might have to do like a Phoenix to LA flight just for the workload. I'm just going to have to like shut the chat off. I just want to see if we could do it during busy VATSIM. Fly this thing on a short hop. Be insane amount of workload. All right. Here we go. Shh.
Pilots had parked up at the gate. The captain returned the compass stabilization switch from alt to norm. As part of his duties after shutting down the aircraft, the flight engineer recorded the malfunction in the technical logbook, which included a reference code and the phrase, Captain's ADI, ATT display not reliable, has gyro flag in view, display OK when alternate attitude selected.
That's a good write-up there. So good handwriting and display not reliable has gyro flag in view. Yep, that's how you want to write it up.
With that, the flight crew packed up their briefcases and headed towards the door, where the air stairs had now pulled up. They would be resting in London for the day, while another crew who had been staying at a hotel nearby would take the aircraft to its next destination of Milan.
Someone else's problem now, right?
On their way out, the crew met a Korean Airlines ground engineer, Kim Il-suk. Despite usually being based in Moscow, Kim had to travel to Stansted because Korean Air didn't have permanent engineering support there. A similar situation existed in Milan. This meant that Kim would be staying on board for this next flight. His role at both Stansted and Milan would be to take charge and coordinate with local mechanics to swiftly fix any issues that had arisen during the previous flight. As the outgoing crew was leaving the aircraft, the flight engineer told Kim about the issue with the captain's ADI. He also mentioned that the problem was resolved when the captain switched the attitude and compass stabilization switch to alt. The flight crew then left for their hotel, with no idea that the first steps had now been made towards disaster. As the new crew for the flight to Milan made their way to the airport, Kim and the local engineer at Stansted began preparing the 747 for its flight. They did an extensive walk around of the aircraft,
Golly, look at the
ensuring
graphics
the
on
plane
that.
was physically fit to fly,
That's
and
so
they also
good.
supervised the
For
cargo
X-plane,
loading and
that's so good.
refueling. Once this was done, they headed to the cockpit to sort out the issue written in the tech log.
Why not keep it in
This
alt?
is where things-
I don't know. He's going to review the tech log. I think he's going to get into it right now, Pisagor. But yeah, something about that alt switch is going to be interesting. Now the flight engine. I mean, it seems like everything has been handled professionally and by the book. You debrief the crew, you debrief the mechanic. There's a mechanic on board. He's going to take care of it. I think that's more of a common thing in the cargo world. You fly with a mechanic. You start doing these super long flights, and everywhere you go, there may not be maintenance, so you take mechanic with you. The only time I've ever had mechanics on board is when I had a repo an aircraft after they did an engine change in San Diego because it flamed out on approach. And I was on reserve. I was a junior reserve captain, so guess who gets the call to go, hey, Cap, we got a reserve assignment for you. You're going to go San Diego back to Dallas. I'm like, all right, cool. It's a repo. And then the light bulb went on. I'm like, why is it a repo? And then, of course, they don't tell me, like, oh, I don't know yet. We'll have to see. You have to see when you get there. So I get there, get to the can, which is the logbook, open it up. Engine flame out on approach. And then there was another ride out. It was no defects noted or something like that. I don't know. They worked on it. Maybe it wasn't no defects noted. They worked on it. It was taken up again. Engine flame out on approach again. So they grounded the aircraft, did an engine change. And then there was a problem with the other engine. So then they put the engine that they thought they fixed back on. I don't know. Basically, you had a new engine and one that was fixed. And I was kind of nervous for sure taking off. But we had a whole load of mechanics on board. So I had 3 mechanics. I had a lead mechanic and 2 other engineers. One was in the flight deck, 2 were in the cabin. And it was just the first officer and I. We took off out of San Diego on a repo. Only thing that happened, pretty uneventful flight, but takeoff, hard IMC, we got an EPR fail, full unrated N1 mode. So if you're unfamiliar with the V2500, you know everything's protected by the FADEC and normal. When you go to there's 2 degradations of the EPR fault. We had the biggest one or the worst one, so you could actually overboost it. Basically, you're flying a DC-9. Not a big issue, but I mean, still, that was kind of one of those flights where I came home and I went to Whataburger and I got a bottle of bourbon. So, anyway.
Things started to go wrong for Flight 8509. When Kim opened the tech log and read the entry from the flight engineer, he couldn't tell what the code the flight engineer had written referred to.
That's
To
interesting.
find out exactly what it meant, he would need to get hold of an engineering manual known as the FIM, or Fault Isolation Manual. But since there was no permanent Korean maintenance outstation at Stansted, there was no FIM for the aircraft there. Kim's personal copy was still in Moscow. This simple lapse would turn out to be crucial. That's because if Kim had managed to get a hold of the Fault Isolation Manual, he would have seen the procedure which instructed him to either replace INU-1, or if that wasn't possible due to a shortage of spare parts, to switch the captain's compass stabilization switch to ALT, as the captain had done on the previous flight. Instead, as Kim couldn't determine what the code meant, he had nothing to go on but what the flight engineer had written.
That's interesting.
Kim decided to remove the ADI and check for loose connections or corrosion.
I don't
While
know why
got
he
to work
doesn't. So
doing
he
this-
doesn't know what the fault code means. So he's just going off of what he can from the write-up. That's why you want to be very specific and thorough with your write-up, checking the connections for the ADI and such. But he doesn't have the actual, I guess, procedure associated with that fault code. That seems to be a Swiss cheese hole number 1 there. Geographically Inverted, thank you for the 5 gifted memberships, man. Really appreciate that. Hope you're having a wonderful afternoon. We're just doing a little bit of in-flight entertainment here on our way to Saint Martin. So cheers, Geographically Inverted.
The incoming crew made their way over to the aircraft, and it was an experienced crew. The captain for the incoming flight was Park Duk-kyu. At 57 years old, he had over 13,000 flying hours, more than 8,000 of which were on the Boeing 747.
Jeez.
Before joining Korean Air,
747
Captain
hours?
Park
That's
had flown
awesome.
fighter jets for the South Korean Air Force. It was not uncommon for pilots at Korean Air to come from a military background, and Captain Park's career was similar to that of many of his colleagues. As a result of this, military culture was deeply ingrained within Korean Air at all levels. This culture would go on to play a vital role in the outcome of Flight 8509. The first officer was 33-year-old Yoon Ki-sik.
A young man.
Yoon was a new hire with just 1,400 hours in total,
New hire.
only 200 of which were on the 747.
200 hours on the 7.4, so let it sink in. Remember I said U.S. average 70 hours a month. I don't know what they did back then flying 7.4s, but at 200 hours, I mean, he's only been on the airplane a handful of months, probably. So he's been on the airplane for probably less than a year, and you've got a guy sitting next to you with 8,747 hours, 13,000 total time. He is highly experienced. He knows the aircraft, also former military. Now we're setting the stage. We are setting the stage now. New hire probably not too far out from his conscription period either. Jeremy says Captain knew another crew was taking over, so I don't know why he wouldn't just leave the switch in alt. Jeremy, I'm gonna assume that he put it back to normal because he wrote it up, and he's assuming that the flight engineer, that the mechanic is going to look at it and do the procedure, right, and put it back into alternate because that's what the procedure calls for. So he probably put it back into normal. They wrote it up. They know it's an issue. Doesn't really seem like anything should come of that, but I see where you're going. But in defense of the crew that left, I mean, they debriefed him and they put the code in the book. So
this made him
We'll see.
vastly less experienced than Captain Park. Before starting on the 747, he had flown the Fokker 100, a much smaller
Just
aircraft.
Flight, where you at?
The jumbo jet was something of an adjustment, and despite being fully qualified to fly it, he was still very much learning the ropes.
Coming from an F-28 to a
Accompanying the two
7.4
pilots
200.
was 38-year-old flight engineer Park Hoon-kyu. Like the captain, he was highly experienced, with over 8,000 total flying hours under his belt, over half of which were on the 747. As the pilots settled in, the ground engineer had determined that a damaged connecting pin was the likely culprit of the captain's malfunctioning ADI. He enlisted the help of an engineer who was qualified to carry out the repair, and together they fixed the pin and reinserted the ADI into the instrument panel.
Okay.
Once this was
So they've actually done work. All right. He's actually done work on it. They think they found the issue with the ADIs, with the pin. So it's not going to be an ops check normal. And you'll hear me refer to this every now and then. That's like one of the worst things you can see on the maintenance logbook, because you'll see someone write something up and then maintenance is like ops check good, meaning they can't replicate the issue. Excuse me. A lot of times the issue that the crew encounters may only replicate itself 1 in 3 flights, 1 in 5 flights. They could be, maybe it only replicates itself in the air and maintenance is testing it on the ground. So it is impossible for maintenance to just be able to get the same fault every time there's a write-up. That's just not reality. So we joke as pilots like, oh, ops check normal. Gear won't retract. Ops check good, cannot repeat with a gear swing on the ground. Okay, but in flight with the pressure set, who knows, something else could trigger something. So that's why we joke about ops check normal. In this case, however, they actually think they found the issue. They replaced the pin, they reconnected the INU. Let's see what happens.
was complete, the first officer then carried out a test of the instrument. Sure enough, when he pressed this test button here, the instrument went through its full range of motion, all the way up and down.
Probably should have done that
and
in
to
the
left and
pre-flight.
Right. All appeared normal. The test also checked whether the comparator warning was working, to determine whether the computers would notice if there was a disparity between the captain's and first officer's instruments.
Okay, that's
Naturally,
good.
the test showed that the comparator was working. But unbeknownst to the crew or the engineers, the test was a total waste of time. There had never been any problem with the ADI, nor with the comparator. The problem was entirely with the INU, which fed the ADI its data. It would turn fully left or right if the INU only told it to. But the INU was broken and incapable of doing that. All the test did was to show that the ADI could rotate freely, which it always could anyway. But without full knowledge of what had originally gone wrong, the crew were now lulled into a false sense of security. As far as they knew, their instrument had been fixed.
Yeah, 100%.
With that, the pilots made their final preparations for departure. Darkness was gathering.
I can tell you from an operating crew member standpoint, if there's a write-up in the book and maintenance comes back and they say there's no ops check normal, it's, hey, we found this is the problem, we fixed it. Mentally, you're like, okay, it's no longer an issue. Now, good pilots will always, keep the mental check of what's happening, right, in the back of your mind, like, hey, this aircraft had this in the past 6 weeks, or it had this last week. That's what I always do when I check the can. It's just good practice. So whenever I get to an airplane, I look back to all the write-ups. I go back a good, I guess basically go almost a whole logbook backwards, just briefly looking to see if there's any crazy write-ups, just to see if there's a history or a trend of things happening. But when they're signed off as fixed by maintenance, you're good to go. Maintenance is, if it's in the air, maintenance put it there, right? So these are experts at their job. You trust them just as they trust you to fly the aircraft. There's really nothing glaring here that says that it's not fixed correctly. Terrible news on the helicopter crash. Looks like 6 perished. Oh my goodness, man. That is not good. We'll send out some prayers for all those involved. That's not good. Was it a touring helicopter or something? 6 people. That's not good, man.
And in a few moments, the crew would be taking off from Stansted. Just before 5:30, the crew had completed their checks, and the plane had been loaded with cargo and fuel. Its takeoff weight would be over £500,000, 68,000 of which was fuel. After a delay, Flight 8509 was finally issued its clearance to Milan. The journey was scheduled to take 2 hours. By now, the crew had missed their original departure slot, and the pushback team originally assigned to their flight was attending to another aircraft. With the clock ticking, the pilots had to wait another 30 minutes before a pushback crew became available.
Been there.
At 6:15, the tow bar was connected, and the massive aircraft began its pushback away from the stand. Finally, the plane was on its way. But just as the crew thought their problems were over, there was a call from the ground crew. They could push the heavy 747 no further. The pushback tug lacked the power needed. Due to the 747 now being between the stand and the taxiway, the crew were unable to taxi to the runway from the current position.
Jeez.
As a result, they had to wait for a marshaller to guide the plane. This caused a further delay.
Power backs for the win.
It was
Rapid
almost
fire.
as if
Welcome to
fate
Pilot
itself
Pilot
was
Band. Thanks for joining the channel.
trying to prevent the plane from departing. But at 25 minutes past 6, fate let up. Flight 8509 was cleared to taxi to runway 23 at Stansted. As far as the crew were concerned, the clockwork was running slowly. They had no idea that the problem lurking just beneath the surface was far more serious. And it had nothing to do with the faulty instrument, or the delays, or the weather. After all of the delays and the issues with the pushback tug, Captain Park was growing impatient. In between the first officer's radio transmissions to air traffic control, the captain began to admonish him. In one outburst,
Really?
dissatisfied with the way Yoon was handling radio calls, Park said, "Make sure you understand what ground control is saying before you speak."
All right.
In complete contravention of Korean Air's standard operating procedures, Park then began handling the radio work himself while taxiing the aircraft.
Okay, so I've talked about this before. I've talked about, being a captain it's a privilege, and it's a different ball game than being a first officer, because you get to set the tone. I've flown with captains like this. I've flown with several over my years of flying in the airlines, and it's unfortunate, but some people are just like this. Either whether it's because they're former single seat fighter guys and they don't have the tact, and they're not trying to be mean, they just come off as rude, and if you're not familiar with it, then depending on how you are as a human, you may start to shut down internally or react differently, or they may just be straight up a-hole people, and that's just a reality of it. I mean, with all the airline pilots out there, not everybody is just a gem, right? Everyone's got different personalities, but when you're a captain, you get to set the tone. Now, obviously, this captain is setting a tone right now that, hey, I am the one in charge. You're not doing it correctly. Watch how I do it. And it's already starting to belittle this first officer. Now, I don't know how this is going to end up here. I mean, I know the conclusion, but I can tell you, depending just from having different students and flying with different people, everybody's going to react slightly different. The worst type of attitude that you can have on the receiving side of flying with someone like this is someone who is going to shut down internally, because when you start being insulted, if you start to shut down and you can't press through it or just kind of ignore it, that's going to be like a snowball going downhill. It's just going to get worse and worse as this flight progresses. You got to be able to just say, oh my God, even if it's under your breath, be like, okay, this guy is just an a-hole. I don't want to be here, but I got to do my job. We still got to fly. All right. But not everybody is like that. And that's just the reality. So we'll see how this first officer responds. But this captain right now has set the tone, and that's not a good one. So let's go.
He had now taken the first officer out of the loop, taking on most of the work in the cockpit himself. This crew was not a team. As if that wasn't enough, during the taxi, when air traffic control called the plane and the first officer didn't respond, the captain gave out to him for failing to answer. Yoon was damned if he did and damned if he didn't. This highly unpleasant working environment, caused directly by Park's attitude towards his inexperienced first officer, was a symptom of the high power distance culture prevalent in South Korean society.
Yep.
In the year 1998, a group of pilots from New Zealand conducted a safety audit report on Korean Air, which revealed significant issues with the airline. The report brought to light a pervasive level of complacency, arrogance, and incompetence throughout all sections of the airline's flight operations.
Those are not
Between
good things to have
1970
in an
and
airline.
1999, Korean Air had 16 aircraft incidents and accidents, which caused nearly 700 casualties. The report suggested that the airline's organizational culture, which is heavily influenced by South Korea's national culture, played a significant role in these incidents. As Flight 8509 taxied out to the runway that evening, the worst elements of this culture were on full display. Captain Park continued to berate his less experienced first officer, who became increasingly resigned and less willing to challenge the captain for his mistakes or for breaking SOPs.
And they're not even off the ground yet. Okay, so this is not good. Now, I don't know if I've told the story about the one pilot that I like, the worst guy I ever flew with. I don't know if I ever podcasted it, but it was the only time that I basically told someone I was flying with to F off. And it started on the ground. It started at the push, at the call for push. I'll have to podcast it sometime. But, I mean, I feel for this FO, man. He's just trying to do his job. He's new to the airplane, and now you got one of these hotheads in the left seat. This is not a good recipe for a crew, and it just takes the right amount of circumstances for this to end up in a tragic accident. So, Gus, I've been reading your messages there. That's pretty crazy. They dispatched 3 engineers on the second week. They discovered the issue, deep corrosion on the IDG. So that just goes to show you how unrelated, they thought it was one thing over and over. That's pretty wild, Gus. Well, luckily, everybody was okay, right? They figured it out, and they got it. There was no loss of airframe on that. But, there was something with Airbus, too, recently, Gus, where they there was 2 321s that had dual IDG failures in flight, like, I don't know, almost at the same time. And it's because the IDG oil was the wrong viscosity or something that they were putting in, because they were using these new types of generators. They're supposed to be more efficient. So American had 2 shut down, two dual IDG generator failures, and then we had one, and then another airline had another one. And then Airbus was like, whoa, what is going on here? And they figured out that they were using the same oil that they've been using for all the other aircraft, but it was the new type of IDG that technically was supposed to be the same, but if you use that older oil brand or whatever it was, that it would cause them to shut down. So, yeah, having dual IDG failure in flight simultaneously, not a good thing. All right, let's do a quick check. Man, look at the clouds here. Oh, my goodness me. We are getting somewhere, chat. We are flying from waypoint 4 to 5. All right, so we are flying. We haven't remoted our INS over here, so I'm just going to leave you on track and ground speed, I guess, for now. But we're flying waypoint 4 to 5. Everything looks good. Looks like we're out of range for our DME-2. That's no big deal. I guess the only other place that we're going to pick up DME is going to be St. Thomas, which we have a message, or we have a thing for that, 108.6. So once we start picking up St. Thomas, we'll be able to DME update off of that, but I think we're going to be plenty accurate all the way in. So we're looking good, going waypoint 4 to 5. Anybody got a ETE? Zippy, what's our ETE? Look at all those two-holers back there trying to keep up. Man, I got to take a screenshot real quick when it's like there's a perfect angle. Hold on. Right there. Got it. A little bit of a crosswind, too, right now. What's our crosswind? Cross track, 110.2 left. Wind is 251 at 77. So, yeah, we got a 77-knot crosswind here, pushing us a little bit. Are Microsoft physics close to real life? Already, it depends on the aircraft. I think there are some phenomenally modeled airplanes in Microsoft Flight Sim that are just as good as X-Plane, if not better in some aspects. But I think it really comes down to the module that you're flying. That is for sure. All right. Zippy, I need an estimated time en route for my aircraft when able. All right, here we go. So they're on the ground. The FO's feeling like just terrible about himself, I'm sure. And I don't know what the flight engineer is doing in all this, but you got a senior flight engineer and a senior captain. They're probably both on the same page, I would imagine. Ganging up on the FO. I don't know. Maybe something will come up here. Maybe they're not. We'll see.
It wasn't that the captain was having a bad day. The attitude he displayed was endemic within the airline.
Haha. So the captain that I had the issue with, everyone knew. He was the #1 no-fly list. So there was actually a time where he had to be rebased because there was no one that would fly with him in his own base. So they would get guys from other bases and deadhead them in to fly his trips. So he actually, yeah. And the thing with him, though, I come to find out years later, he's really like, it's just when he got in the cockpit, he changed. When he was out of the cockpit, he was a semi-decent human being, actually. But he was a single-seat fighter guy. He was actually a Red Air pilot in the Air Force. So I don't know, something about him getting in the flight deck, and he became a different person, and it was not enjoyable to fly with.
But then, another instrument started having problems. As the flight continued its taxi to the runway, Park noticed that his instrument, which showed the plane's distance to radio beacons, was displaying an incorrect value. The display should have read close to 0, because the beacon was at the airport. However, it was displaying a distance of 399 nautical miles.
That's not good.
This was another source of frustration for the captain. He needed to use his distance from that beacon to judge where he should take his first turn after takeoff. If his distance measuring equipment wasn't working, how would he know when to turn? The captain was especially concerned about this because there was an active noise monitoring program in operation around Stansted Airport. If he strayed outside of the designated departure routing, his bosses back in Korea would receive a noise complaint, which would not reflect well on him.
Yeah.
But there was a simple solution to this problem. According to the pilot's charts, they could use a different beacon to guide their turn. Rather than relying on their distance measuring equipment to start the turn at a certain distance from the beacon, they could begin the turn once they are at a certain direction from it.
Cross
All they
radio
would
or
need
something
to do
like that.
was to tune their navigation radios to that beacon and turn at the point described on the chart. Perhaps this is something that the first officer would have mentioned in a more positive working environment. But given how things had gone so far, what were the chances that the captain would be receptive to his mentioning this? As the plane approached the runway, the flight engineer provided the first bit of good news for the crew. The instrument finally appeared to be working. This would be the last bit of good news for Flight 8509. At 6:30, way behind schedule, air traffic control cleared the flight for takeoff. The flight engineer pushed the throttles to the takeoff position, and the 747 began its slow acceleration down the runway. In a few moments,
Listen to
the
those
imperfections
engines,
in the
baby.
clockwork would all come together. There was no turning back now. The captain lifted the aircraft into the sky, and it disappeared into the low clouds over the airport. The first officer made the standard call-out as the plane passed 900 feet. But seconds later, the warning system that compares the two pilots' ADIs triggered. This indicated that there was more than a 4-degree difference between the captain's and the first officer's ADI. The problem which the plane had suffered from on the last leg was back. But this time, for some reason, neither the pilots nor the flight engineer responded to the warning. At this point, the captain again said that his distance measuring equipment was not working. He was fixated on this, determined to make the turn at the correct point, which was to be less than a minute after takeoff, 1.5 miles from the beacon. He confirmed with the first officer that the departure procedure required them to turn onto a heading of 158 degrees when they're 1.5 miles from the radio beacon. Again, the comparator warning sounded, this time for 1 second. But still, the crew did not respond to this alert.
Not good.
Their attention was focused entirely on the point at which they needed to begin.
Excuse me. Sorry. Fixation. They're fixating on noise abatement, right? That should be the least of their issues right now. You got something else going on. You need to fly the airplane. Aviate, navigate, then communicate. Aviate first, fly the airplane, then navigate your noise abatement. Something's going wrong with your aviation part of that phrase. No one's picking up on it. Critical phase of flight, low level, at night. Not a good setup here.
In their turn. Sure that this point had come, the captain now began turning the aircraft to the left. Again, the comparator warning was triggered. This time, after a few seconds, the pilots cancelled the warning. But for some reason, they didn't investigate further. Was the captain's ADI showing a different reading than the first officer's? Given that they were in a turn low to the ground, now would be a good time to check.
Yeah.
But the crew were distracted. Their focus was on the departure procedure and on trying to complete the turn successfully. They didn't notice the growing discrepancy between the captain's ADI and the first officer's.
Now, you can see that. I mean, just taking off and flying like I did today coming out of Kennedy, just getting one frequency change, right? And how busy was I? I'm looking around, I'm trying to fly the airplane, I'm trying to remember what I got to do this, I got to do that. Now, I'm also doing the job of 3 crew members, but it's still very real when you're there in person. You can imagine the workload is just as high, even though there's 3 of them. It's for real. You're playing for keeps. But now you got something going on with your ADI, but you're so focused on one other thing. We're having a fixation problem here. There's a fixation problem going on. to me, I don't understand why no one has at least acknowledged the flags. And I don't know if this is true in this accident, but if all these flags are on your ADI, you should know not to look at it. Like, this is where we talk about, oh, well, we got to do this for safety. We got to add this for safety, automate this. You can do as much, you can automate as much as you want, but then at one point, a bigger idiot is always going to come along and blow through all the safety things that you put on. Look at all these red flags here. If you can only put so many red flags on there, and if you ignore it, I mean, there's really nothing else you can do. It's like, okay, well, I can't teach that. Can't teach basic navigational aviation, or just basic aviation skills, right? Let's see what happens here. FO ADI, by the way, looks like it is just fine. What's the FO doing right now? He's probably still thinking about the conversations he had on the ground. He's probably still running them back in his head like, I said what? Oh, man, I don't want to screw that up. Or he's thinking, okay, I really can't screw up the next radio call. I don't want to screw up the next radio call because he's already pissed off at me. I'm just going to let him fly. I'm going to make sure I do my job right.
As Park rolled the 747 to the left, his ADI indicated that the plane was still flying with its wings level. Naturally, he believed his instrument, something all pilots are trained to do. It's not likely that he had ever encountered an ADI failure in his thousands of hours of flying. As a result, he continued holding his control column further and further to the left in order to get the stubborn plane to roll. The first officer could see on his instrument that the plane was clearly already turning left, and that this turn was increasing. Even though the captain couldn't see outside, and hadn't yet thought to cross-reference his own instrument against the backup one, there was still a clue that something was off. His ADI might have been providing false information, but his flight director, here, was still working. As the aircraft headed past the desired track of 158 degrees, the flight director began to demand a bank to the right and a pitch up. Pilots were supposed to follow the flight director. In this case, the fact that it was giving Park instructions which were very different to the ones he expected, which was a turn to the left, should have clued him into the fact that something was amiss. But the captain ignored these cues. The 747 faithfully followed his control inputs and continued to increase its roll to the left. His ADI simply indicated that the plane was wings level. On this flight, it wasn't the captain who first noticed the problem, but the flight engineer. He had been closely monitoring the departure from his seat behind the two pilots, and he had noticed that according to the captain's ADI, the aircraft was not turning in line with his control.
You can even
inputs.
see the standby ADI is turning.
He told
there.
the captain the bank is not accepting. The captain didn't respond. When the aircraft...
All right, so let's get into the mind of the captain here real quick. So now he knows, unless you're just completely ignorant, which I don't really think is normally the case. He knows what he's done to his crew with the tone that he's set, right? So now, in his mind, if you think about the human factor element here, he's like, okay, I've just gone up and down on my FO about how he's not doing stuff right. I for sure got to make sure I'm flying right. So he's going to be admitting that he's doing something wrong is going to be even harder for him to do now. Bank angle not checked. Indeed, Lauren. So, and the last thing he's probably going to want to do is ask for help, right? Because he's just that kind of guy. And especially when you have that kind of attitude, that macho, overbearing attitude that I'm all high and mighty, you're going to have a hard time admitting that you're doing something wrong. So that's also probably a factor in this on his side of things.
Aircraft rolled past 30 degrees of bank. The flight engineer made the standard call out, bank, bank. This call was intended to bring the captain's attention to the standby attitude indicator so that he could see that his own ADI had failed. But Park failed to do so. So hellbent was he on completing the departure procedure correctly that he'd begun to tune out everything else. Crucially,
Fixation.
at no point did the young first officer with a fully functioning ADI challenge the captain's actions. He didn't respond to the comparator warning or to the flight engineer's warnings. It's possible that with just 195 hours on the 747, he was unaware of the significance of the comparator warnings. But what's more likely is that after being repeatedly berated by the captain for his incompetence earlier on in the flight, he did not wish to antagonize him further. Ironically, it was the captain's lack of faith itself in the first officer's competence, which led to the first officer withdrawing and actually becoming a less effective pilot.
Yep.
Under normal
He's basically just shut him off from crew coordination. So that's 100% true.
circumstances, the right thing for the first officer to do would be to immediately alert the captain to the aircraft's extreme bank angle. And if that didn't work, he would have to take over control himself.
Yeah, good luck.
The situation was now rapidly deteriorating. The aircraft was low to the ground, and its turn had gotten so sharp that it was beginning to descend. Park was still holding his control column to the left, long after he should have let go, and still his ADI was indicating wings level. The plane was now banking past 45 degrees, then 50, then 60.
Jeez.
As the bank angle approached 80 degrees,
He's
the
rolling the
747's
7-4.
wings were no longer able to maintain lift, and the plane began to descend rapidly. Even now, with the aircraft screaming towards the ground, Park was fixated on ensuring that he had complied with the requirement to commence a turn at 1.5 miles from the radio beacon. He asked the first officer to request a radar vector from air traffic control. But Yoon never got the chance to do this. The plane was now fully on its side, and its nose was pitching more than 30 degrees below the horizon.
Good
The
night.
sound of the wind rushing by the cockpit as it plunged towards the ground was only interrupted by the flight engineer saying, "Oi, bank." A split second later, the plane hit the ground. There were no survivors. From takeoff to impact took just 56 seconds. Korean Air's response to this incident was
Let that sink in for a second. That took 56 seconds. Okay, we just watched, 20-something minute video on that? From living to dying in 56 seconds, and nobody said anything other than bank. Now, I studied this one, and I've studied the human element on this, and I've studied the human factors on, what I thought what was happening. And I'll share with just the multiple viewpoints that I've been exposed to are the FO knew what was happening. Some believe the FO did not know what was happening. Some believe that the flight engineer knew what was happening but didn't understand the severity because maybe he was looking at something else, trying to because the flight engineer is busy stuff. He's got busy stuff to do after takeoff anyway. But with particular focus on the first officer, there are a lot of people that believe that he knew that the airplane was rolling over and that he just let it go because he's like, I'm either going to die. That's just how you do a deep dive into that culture. Kind of think of the like the samurai culture, right? Where, it's if they end up failing that they'll take their own life with a sword or something. It's just instead of admitting fault or whatever it may be. So there's some that believe that there's some of that. Now, the truth of the matter is we won't really know for a fact what the FO knew and saw or did not see or did not know. But I am of the opinion that I actually think the first officer kind of knew what was going on. But because of the belittling from the captain and the berating of that flight deck, that he refused to speak up. And he was like, I'm just going to fall on the sword with this captain. Now, that obviously kind of sent shockwaves through the aviation community because, we took this accident and we studied the culture. We're like, we got a big problem here. Now, this was a cargo flight, so I don't want to say it's downplayed just because it was cargo. But what I can say is if this was a passenger 747 with 300 people on board, there would have been a much larger outcry. There would have been a much larger response. All right. I don't know. It's a sad one to watch. It's a sad one to learn about. They all lost their lives needlessly because of something that would, on a normal day and a normal crew, just be an abnormal attitude. Okay, slip it over, give flight controls to the FO. Same thing happened the flight before. It was handled just fine. But you take that element of the crew out of it, or you take the element of a team effort and you make it a individual effort with a hierarchy and a cockpit gradient, the results are vastly, vastly different. So, yeah, I know samurai is Japanese. I'm just saying, I know you're going off the deep end like Gus, but I'm just saying their own sense of pride. Yeah, it's their own culture of Korea with respect of the elders. I'm just comparing that to how, they're that hardcore about it in Korea, and the samurais were that hardcore about it in Japan. But if we want to split hairs, knock yourself out. I'm just trying to get the general idea that that's just how the culture was. And we even watched, what was the recent one, the Malaysia 777, or not no, not Malaysia, the Asiana 777 in San Francisco, right? Where you even think in a more modern day in a modern aircraft, was there still some of that at play, right? Was there still some of that cockpit gradient going on there, or was that just more of a skill piloting issue? But I still think there was some cockpit gradient stuff going on there. I don't know. I hate these accidents because the mechanical failures on these are so minute. They shouldn't bring down aircraft, and it's just it doesn't leave a good taste in your mouth. That's for
profound.
Sure.
The airline completely modernized its crew resource management training program, which was the first time it had significantly updated it in almost 15 years. Never again would a power imbalance in the cockpit lead to a crash. But they didn't stop there. As well as this, Korean Air began training its pilots more often on unusual attitude scenarios and on instrument failures. If the captain of Flight 8509 had recognized that his ADI had failed, even relatively late into the turn, he would have been able to recover the aircraft. The airline also made changes to how it did its maintenance, relying less on contractors and expanding its engineering bases so that it had permanent staff at nearly all of its destinations. Hundreds of other smaller changes were put into place over the following months and years, completely transforming the culture within the airline. The year 2024 marks the 25th anniversary of the loss of Flight 8509. It is thanks to these changes that in those 25 years, not a single Korean Airlines plane has crashed, causing fatalities. This has been the trend in the industry more generally, which is why aviation continues to be, by far, the safest way to travel.
Yep. All right. That's going to conclude our green dot. Let's do a quick little update. We're going waypoint 5 to 6. Take a look at our map, see where we're at. But where are we? We're not. Are we on an airway? Yeah, we're still on our airway. Good. Okay, cool. We're going to Porsche right now. What are y'all's thoughts? Someone had a good point there. Said, Thrustset said, what if the FO just, pointed out and screamed outside? But then Lauren says, that captain might have just yelled at him, told him to shut up. That probably, honestly, I think Lord is correct there. I think if that FO were to speak up, that the captain would have just told him to shut up, or probably ignored him, or maybe wouldn't even acknowledged him. So if you go into the weeds on this one, I think there's a flight deck. I think there's a CVR. I know there's a recording of it somewhere, at least a manuscript that you can read. And it's been decades since I've actually read the full manuscript. But I remember going over the entire flight deck or the entire CVR, from when it started to all the little things in between. And man, I would agree that I think the captain would have just told the FO to shut up. So I don't even know I think short of taking control of the aircraft, I think that airplane was doomed from the minute they left the gate. And short of the FO physically taking control of the aircraft, I think they would have been doomed. Just from what I remember about the CVR. But yeah, it's I remember specifically going over this with my commercial students for Asiana when I was doing the Asiana program. I remember going over the exact in a much lighter setting. I was like, look, this is we study the cockpit gradient, and you're trying to set everybody up for success. But in order to be successful in the future, you got to be aware of what's happened in the past. So, not a good one. Not a good one. As with most things in this world, rules are written in blood, and then rules make things safer until people forget why the rules were put in place in the first place, and then the cycle starts again. That's a good observation. V1, do you use something like PACE and CRM, probe, alert, challenge, emergency? No, I have not heard of that. We use it in the emergency medical field. Spurious Podge, no, that's an interesting one. I have not heard of that. PACE. That's pretty good, though. I like it. Another spam call. I've had so many spam calls today. There's Turk. Would the captain even let the FO take control? Siegel, I think it might have been enough to at least get them going in the right direction. You know, like if the FO said, I have control, and then tried to roll it the opposite way, I think maybe that would have cued the captain into, hey, you're overbanking. Because he's obviously not trying to roll it over and kill everybody intentionally. At least we don't think. But it's all speculation, right? This is all, we could speculate till we're blue in the face. We don't know what the outcome would have been if anybody did X or Y or Z. But like I said just a few minutes ago, I agree that even if the FO spoke up, I think it would have been ignored. I think short of taking control or manually trying to get the aircraft righted, that airplane was rolling over. And you also have to understand, too, that was 56 seconds. So depending on what you're trying to look at, you may say, oh, that was a long time. Or it was really quick, you know. If you think about a fully functioning 747 crashing 56 seconds after liftoff, that's very fast. If you think about staring at your attitude indicator, roll past 10 degrees, 20 degrees, 30 degrees, 60 degrees angle of bank over the course of 56 seconds, that's a long time to make a correction and stop that overbank. So it just kind of depends on what you're looking at. But in the grand scheme of things, 56 seconds isn't a whole lot of time if you just take off, roll over, and stuff it into the ground. But you know what's ironic? And this is something I just now realized. I'm pretty sure that one captain that I was talking about where I had the issue and where everyone he had him on the no-fly list, I am fairly certain he had at least some Korean in him. Now that I think about it, and I'm thinking of his last name. It's very possible. Very possible. That's an interesting thought. Never even crossed my mind till just now. They continue to employ Western pilots until very recently to try and break the culture. I knew someone who went to work with them, and he said the lack of challenged FO was eye-opening. Yeah. Yes, it is. I know guys, I've talked to guys that have done expat stuff, and yeah, it's very unsettling, some of the stuff they do over there. I'm sure someone brought him up earlier, but did he know he was on the no-fly list? Oh, I'm sure. I'm sure, dude. Actually, I know for a fact because the union actually had to get involved and told him multiple things. I'm getting some weird aliasing out here with the clouds. X-Plane's dead to me again, chat. Okay, so we're going 5 to 6. I'm going to have to hit the lav here. We're doing 8.5 Mach. We're looking good. San Juan Center is online. Fantastic. Let's take a look at our fuel. We need to... we need to move some reserve fuel, right? I'm trying to think if we move the reserve fuel in and slow the fueling or slow the burning of the internals, we'll be okay. So let's open the reserve valves because I screwed this up. So if we open the reserve valves, we will fill these tanks. And now if I shut these pumps off, I think we will burn from these. I'm going to monitor the fuel pressure here. Turn down the sounds a little bit, turn that up. All right, fuel pressure is holding. So what I'm attempting to do here is I'm attempting to move this fuel into these tanks. It's going to bring them up to about 21. And then I want to burn them down until we're all equal here. So I made a mistake earlier. What I was supposed to do is I was supposed to open the reserve. I was supposed to basically add these two together, and then when these were the same, open the reserve. But now we got to kind of work backwards. So the goal here, it's kind of neat. The goal here is to keep as much weight out into the wings as far as possible. So basically that's more efficient for the aircraft. If you keep the fuel out in the wing tanks or keep it away from the center of lift. So that's why we're trying to pump from the inside out. And if you think about the Airbus narrow body, it has the same logic, right? We burn the center tank first, and then only then do we start burning the wing tanks. So monitoring our fuel pressure, though. Everything looks good. What is our gross weight? We are 628. We might be stuck at, ooh, nice reflection on the glass there. We're 628 at 35,000 feet. 37. I don't know if it'll even be worth us climbing up to 370 at this point. Airbus copying Boeing? No, just being normal. That's just, I think that's just aerodynamics and physics, I guess. Physics, maybe? I don't know. Fluid dynamics. It's more efficient to have the weight be carried out on the lifting in the wings. More efficient for the airplane. Instead of carrying all that weight on the center. We're landing in St. Martin. Our max landing weight, 630. So we are below that now. That's good. So we are below max landing weight. Cockpit lighting looks nice now. Well, this looks good here. I mean, this looks good, but I still suffer from a dark cockpit. Gus says that there is an update for X-Plane 12 Beta 2 out, so we will have to check that out later this week. Can't wait to see that. I don't think there's any. Can we pick up anything out here? I think the closest one is St. Thomas, and we have it tuned in. 13.5. Can we get 13.5? Berenkia or Borinkin. San Juan 14-0. Oh, wait a second. We've picked it up. We need to stop the DME update for number 1. So let's go back here. Let's go back to our waypoint update function. Waypoint change 0. Insert. DME updating has been shut off now in the SIVA. So if we start getting DME from number 1, we can do a little bit of an update. But I think we're short flight, and we actually had one DME update on the way out. You could see here we're right on the airway. We're looking good. So we are nabbing to Porsche. Things are looking good, chat. Things are looking good. I'm gonna stay here and monitor the fuel for a little bit longer, and then we'll go to an outside view. What's our ETA? I don't know, actually. We've been in 4 hours. That's our block clock, right? You want the weight outboard to help keep the wing flex down, less stress on the wing. Interesting. You could possibly see that. Lower bending, lower AOA. Yeah, I think I'd lower AOA. That would make sense, right? So if you have a high AOA, you also have what? High induced drag. So if you lower that, you have less induced drag, therefore be a little bit more efficient. You need to check out that Rotate MD-11 spurious podge. The C-130 guy, Thomas, brought it up earlier, and I totally forgot all about the Rotate MD-11. I will have to check it out because I do love the old three-holers. I definitely enjoy those aircraft, so I will take a look at it. Now, where I will hesitate is it visually as good as this aircraft? Because my biggest gripe now with X-Plane, despite all this, you know, we still needs work out here. The aliasing still needs work. We've talked about that. The lightning needs work. Little things. The clouds are still not perfect. The lighting is still not perfect, but it is much, much improved. My biggest gripe with this simulator right now is not anything to do with the sim. It's everything to do with the developers and the models. So the models that have been perpetually updated to work in X-Plane 9 to 10 to 11 to 12, they do not hold to the standard that the sim can provide. So for that reason, it's like, and I hate to keep bringing this up, but I think it's, it's an elephant in the room. The tolless aircraft, they're phenomenally modeled system-wise. They're great systems, but you look at the modeling and the texturing and it's not going to cut it anymore. It may have worked for years prior, but when you look up, and if you don't load up the default A330, I don't know what's going on with all this down there. Load up the default A330 and then tell me that airplane doesn't look good. So that's proof that the sim can handle it, that the sim can produce really sharp, really clean looking modules. I just think the devs they haven't had to, because in their defense, up until now, or last week, 2 weeks ago, now that we're in the beta of X-Plane 12, the sim really hasn't been producing the visuals and the lighting that anybody would really care about. But now, I think it does. I think the sim is ready to start accepting high detailed modules. The only problem is going to be now, well, if no one is flying X-Plane 12, what about return on investment? It's going to cost a lot of money to do, full model revamps, etc., etc. It may be its own nail in the coffin. Is it too little, too late? I don't know, my view keeps doing that. I'm not sure. AJ says, I tell you no, the rotate is not close to the felis. All right, then I probably won't want to check it out. It's juicy, says Thomas Ray. Also, I have the good old manual slide rule charts for the MD KC-10, MD-11. I'll have to look at some screenshots. But I don't know, man. I don't know. ATC's online. Hey, we got DME 1 and 2. Well, we got DME 2, which is Berenkin. San Juan is about to get swamped with the conga line, 1815. Let's tune him in. 18. He hasn't called us yet. I'll put 1815 on. I'll flip it over. What's going around the tail graphically? Where? Oh, I think... Yeah, it's like the heat blur. The heat blur does something weird to the tail. Like right there. Or... yeah, it's something to do with the contrails, maybe. Maybe you see the contrails. Yeah, when the contrails are in front of the tail... you get some kind of issue. Gosh, look at that though, man. Yes, the Dash 8 is good. The Dash 8, I will have to check out the Dash 8. All right, we're going waypoint 6 to 7. I think we should probably try to get some DME updating. Descend. What? What we got going on in front of us here? Who's in front of us? The TCAS. Same altitude. Maybe we should climb to 37. Jeff Fabiano, what's up, man? Good thing we have sick bags for the visuals. Dude. Jeff, the takeoff, the rain, the windshield wipers. Dude, it was epic, Jeff. This airplane is awesome. The visuals are not as bad as I remember. X-Plane 12 beta. Now, we are getting some weird things going on there. Now, I do have my RCAS turned up to 50, Gus. I don't know if that's going to make a difference. And the felis looks awesome. I don't understand why scenery developers abandoned X-Plane 12. I do. Money. There's a slower... that's a 737. He's on the same route. Well, can you sidestep? Is that you, Canadian, for real? I need you to offset your course. I have an INS. Sidestep, Canadian. Sidestep. I really don't want to climb up to 370. I'm blinded by love. It looks pretty bad. Dude, I don't think so. Look at this panel. Compare this to the SkySim DC9. This is better than the SkySim DC9 panel. And the SkySim DC9 is charging you $50 for Microsoft 2024, and it's not at Microsoft 2024 standards. I know I'm the overtaking aircraft, but he's a Canadian, and I have a 747 with INS. Send him up. But I mean, I'll zoom in here. Look at the paneling. I think this is great. Let's see. And Felis is a one-man team. That is true. So I wanted to DME2 update 1086. I guess we'll start it just in case. Which one was 1086 now? That was the St. Thomas VOR. Let's put that on nav 1. 1086. DME 241, 1086. We should get DME 1 here. I don't know why we're not getting it on number 1. I will get it ready though, just in case. STT, doesn't hurt to do one more update for the last hour or so here. I'll at least get it loaded in the box. Alright, so let's go into DME update mode. Alright, we're located, St. Thomas is located at 1821. Decimal 3. Insert west. 6501. That's ATC, decimal 5. Insert, we'll contact them here in just a second. DME freak, altitude 0. Insert, frequency 10860. Insert, waypoint change 01. Send it. Are we getting DME? We're not getting DME yet. So we'll wait. I don't know why I'm only getting it on nav 2. Alright, let's call ATC on 1815. San Juan Center, good afternoon. Clipper 357 Heavy, 350, squawking 2640. Thought it was going to tell me that I didn't. This is interesting that I'm only getting... that's why. Look at the modeling. That's affirmative. That's us. Flight level 350, Clipper 357.
Thanks, Clipper 357. Clear to wreck,
What? Can you say the fix one more time for Clipper 357? Sierra Lima. Okay. Yeah, we don't have that one on our flight plan. Clipper 357. I don't have Slugum on here. This is what I filed, so this one is accurate. Look at this modeling, though. So I wasn't getting DME because I didn't have it in override. This one was in override mode, so it overrided the distance so we can get better...
Slugo, Delta 1887, take it.
We have Thank, St. Thomas, PASIC, LARP, PJM.
Flight present heading 228 heavy. Harry, 124 at the altitude.
Let's see this. Waypoint change 01. Insert.
India 124 Heavy, hold position. Traffic off your right, we'll be pushing.
Oh, wait. Were we not in DME update mode? Oh, no, we're going waypoint 8 to 9. So... Whoa, 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 whoa,
There were
whoa.
two aircraft talking to us. Who was calling?
Shoot, we weren't in DP at waypoint change 09. Back to the right. We just S-turned.
About 10-11, I believe that was being ready for taxi without. 10-11, runway 8, taxi via November.
I wasn't in DME update mode. Gosh dang it.
Yeah, so about 10-11, I believe you said November Sierra, you cut off at the last.
All right.
Is that correct?
We need to
That's
get back.
correct, November Sierra.
We've got one here.
Roger. Taxi
We're back
runway
on
8,
course. Going St. Thomas. After that, it's PASIC and LARP. So I guess we got to program those. Let's program PASIC and LARP. We'll worry about the DME update later.
TWA 32, same Mach number.
So let's go back to
We're
waypoints.
just 4, TWA 32 heavy.
Waypoint 3.
TWA 32, I reduced the Mach point to 8 and verify that you're in standard. You're currently throwing 346 on my end. Alright, Mach 80 and we'll fix that TWA 32 heavy.
Waypoint 3 is located at PASIC 1817. 6 insert west 6439 0 insert waypoint 4 LARP north 1812 decimal 3 insert west 6406 decimal 5 insert waypoint 5 is Papa Juliet Mike.
Clipper 357, same Mach number.
We're doing 85 Clipper 357. 18. Hold on, where am I at? 1, 2. Screwed it up. Waypoint 5 is PJM North 1802 decimal 2 insert west 6307 decimal 1 insert waypoint 6. That'll be the airport. Waypoint 6 will be the airport. We'll go north 1802 decimal 4 insert west 63065 insert. All right. Roberto Soriano, what's going on? Weird looking FMC. What's up, Roberto? Good to see you, man. 747 throttle quadrant when? We're just preparing for the PMDG, my friend. We're just preparing for the PMDG. All right, I got to update my waypoints. So waypoint 6 is going to be TNCM. And waypoints 3 through 6 are active. So I'm going to repin that as my own note. That is good. All right, we're 180 miles. We're looking good. Now, I would like to figure out this DME updating here. So let's go ahead and go back to DME update mode again. Let's verify our fixes. St. Thomas is 108.6 confirmed, located at 1821.3, check. 650.01.4, check. All right. DME freak and elevation. Elevation 0, insert.
Squawk 5560.
Freak 1086 is working. Okay. 171, that checks just about. So now we should go waypoint 01, insert. DME is updating on number 1 now. There we go. Got the DME update light. That's the last one we need. We should be fine. It's going to help straighten out our course line just a tad. But not much drift, but we got it simulated. Oop, I don't like the trim moving by itself. It's kind of scared me out. We're looking good though now. All right, so that's updating. I'll pull you out of that. Desired track 163. We're correcting time 18 minutes. So the next waypoint. We're cooking with gas now. Looks like we need one, but we're getting ready for that PMDG launch event. Roberto, I cannot wait, my man. I cannot wait for the 747. All right, finally caught back up with everything. Sorry, guys, had to go heads down there. Roberto says, good question. I'm not sure, but we are working close with those guys for a surprise. Now that, chat, should have you very, very excited, as it does me. I'm going to turn the outside engine volume down to like 0.5. Nice. Clipper of the sky. Is that too loud for you still? Let's see. How loud is that if I go like that? Canadian, you're last in line? Well, you're a 7-3, man. Go to the back of the line, my friend. No, I'm not using auto ortho. I'm using Lego World, Jeff. We took off out of Kennedy with the Nimbus Kennedy, which actually was a really nice scenery. And we're landing St. Martin default. And it's unfortunate because the only options available for St. Martin are a freeware, which has 57 libraries that you have to install. And I said this earlier on the stream, is like, I'm good with buying sceneries for X-Plane, but I'm not going down the library path anymore. I'm done with trying to hunt for libraries off the X-Plane org and download them and then reload a CFG file. I'm done with libraries. Libraries are dead to me. So the only freeware scenery required a bunch of libraries. The only payware scenery for St. Martin is something that was made from X-Plane 11. So it looks super mid. So, yeah, we're going into default St. Martin. The terminal is not bad, but it's missing the restaurant and stuff on the right side as you approach runway 9 or runway 10, I guess. I keep calling it runway 9 because if you remember, the FSX mission, CRJ, landing St. Martin, runway Windcom, runway 9 cleared to land, orbit, or whatever it was. But I just remember the way the ATC said, runway 9 cleared to land. But now with the magnetic pole shift, it's runway 10, I think, right? Roughly 25 minutes left on the flight, straight line, constant speed. Sounds good to me. We'll finish up our last hot towel service as we get ready for our approach. The go-getters invest, download Ortho 4XP. I'm not going to go down the Ortho 4XP route, man. I did it for many years. It drove me nuts. What I highly suggest to Laminar is if you want to encourage people to get back in this sim, and you can't do it ortho streaming, whether it's funding or technology or whatever, you can't do it ortho streaming. I get it. At least license some orthos, make some orthos for your own sim. Put it on a website and make an installer so I can go to the website and I say, oh, I'm going to fly in this part of the world. I'm going to download these orthos and I'm going to use the installer and it's going to do everything for me. This is 2025. It's not 2004. We don't need to do CFG edits. We don't need to spend money on X-Organizer to figure that thing out. And sometimes that didn't even work all 100%. So there's no reason that you should have to buy software, third-party software, to make first-party software better. like it's 2025 now. Even if you charge for the ortho, I'd happily pay. I'd happily pay a small fee to go to your website, to create an account, and download orthos that are all ready to go. Don't have to reconfigure it. Even Jeff said Ortho 4XP was a nightmare. Yep, not to mention the space needed. I totally agree. That's why I think if they can somehow get it together all in one spot, make it easy to download and install, that way if you don't want it anymore, let's say you're done flying in that part of the country, if you don't have the space, then just delete it. So I think that would get people back in X-Plane 12. Honestly, I think that might start drawing people back over. Getting Ortho 4XP to work, it's daunting at first. I mean, it's not super hard. It's time consuming and it's nuanced, and not everybody wants to do that. So I used to have to download Ortho every night on my crappy internet, one tile at a time, one group at a time. Yep, Jeff, I know exactly what you're doing, man. I actually use the X map. People keep mentioning the X-Plane Map Enhancer. I'm going to have to I'm going to Google this after this flight, because there's been multiple people that have said try X-Plane Map Enhancer. I will look at it. I have no idea about it, but I will look into it. Beautiful bird, thanks V1. Managed to jump on a live stream from the other side of the equator. Roy, what's up, man? Love your work and entertainment and the learning opportunities you provide. Thank you, Roy, man. Appreciate all the support, dude. Welcome in. Yeah, and I'm glad. I think the biggest part about it, too, is maybe even if it's not easier or harder, I think people, it has to do with time, right? And just imagine, would anybody be opposed to that solution that I provided? Is that, or are there issues with the solution that I provided? Is that impossible to do because of X or Y? I don't think it's that. Doesn't sound like that couldn't happen. Take the time, do orthos, even if it's something that you update, like, hey, okay, we'll do the U.S. first, or we'll do Europe first. And then we'll do this. And then you can continue to update the website and the database of orthos. Create an installer. I mean, shoot, I know Austin is smart enough. The dude's a freaking wizard. Create some type of installer that all you got to do is run it, and boom, you got ortho in this part of the world. You guys remember in 2020, for those that fly 2020, you can pre-download sections, right? You know how you highlight the sections of the map, and then you can just click download and you cache it to your rolling cache in Microsoft 2020. Something like that would be pretty cool too. Imagine being able to do it in the sim, like have a spot in X-Plane where you can select a map, or even on the installer where it says, here, you can install default terrain in these parts of the world, but instead of default terrain, have it be ortho. Yeah, MCM in 2020, you can do that. Go to your settings and go to data. I believe it's settings, data, and then I don't know what you go from there. Pre-cache or database, or I can't remember what it was called. It's been ages since I've been in 2020. But yeah, and then you literally, it brings you to a map. You highlight the area of the map. You highlight the zoom level that you want, whether you want a fine detail, which would be a bigger download, or you can do a light detail, which would be a smaller file, and you can pre-download all that stuff for your flight. That way it's easier on your internet, easier on your system. When I removed X-Plane, I deleted 8 terabytes of ortho and dumped 2 hard drives. What a relief. Dougal? Yes, sir. I dumped, I think it was about 4. I think about half that, so dang, you must have had the whole world. You must have had dang near the whole world, Dougal. But yeah, I dumped 2 hard drives and 4 terabytes as well. Austin doesn't like orthos, plus it would be hell expensive for Laminar. No supplier will allow them to use ortho scenery for free. Well, then so be it. But you don't have to auto stream it. Just if Ortho 4XP is free, right? Why can't they get the license to do their own ortho and then upload it to a website? I don't. Maybe I'm not seeing the big picture, but that way, if you want to fly default, you can fly default. It's free because we are breaking the terms of service. So Ortho 4XP breaks the TOS, Gus? Is that what you're saying? You can't share ortho scenery legally. Using freely available data for personal projects is one thing. Licensing it for mass use is something else entirely. I see where you're going. I spoke to Ben Supnick at X-Plane. What's up, XP? Good to see you, man. He said the current version of the sim has the terrain tiles too large, and so he's working to make them smaller. This will enable streaming of ortho. Now that's promising, XP. That's promising. Good to see you, man. Hope all is well. Des watching your XP. I love XP, man. You're landing in Jamaica last night. Man, saying you got robbed on the butter. I don't know, XP. That looked pretty firm. That one looked pretty firm, my man. It looked pretty firm. Little bit of a bounce on the 330. Beautiful approach, though. The birds were something else, man. Those birds were something else. But good stream last night, dude. Thanks for flying the Tolas 330 Neo so I don't have to load it up and see it. But, yeah, man, it's a good flight down there. I'm with you, though, XP. I'm kind of loving X-Plane again, dude. And I never thought I would be saying that anymore. But I'm loving the X-Plane again. Frozen butter. Yeah, frozen butter. I might direct to Juice. There's a fix called Juice. Is X-Plane 12 worth it, or should I keep modded X-Plane 11? Man, that's a tough one. Pilot's discretion, flight level 250, Clipper 357. That's a tough one, man. Because with the current beta, there's a lot of good things happening. But if you have a super modified X-Plane 11, it probably looks pretty dang good. That's hard. That's a hard one to determine for you. Jonathan Paulman, though, dropped the 10 gifted memberships. Jonathan, appreciate you, man. Very, very kind. Thank you so much for the 10 gifted membership, Bomb, dude. Really appreciate you. If you pick up a membership from Jonathan Paulman, make sure you shout him out and say thank you. X-Plane 12 is worth it. I have 11. I need to mod it to make it look like 12. Yeah, but I mean, it's all about, you got to think about time too, right? If somebody doesn't have the time to, or if someone has already invested all the time in 11 to make it look really good, going to vanilla 12, is it really worth it? I don't know. Because I think if you have a really modified X-Plane 11, it still probably looks pretty good. I think the time is ending, though, for the X-Plane 11 modded versions, because with these latest updates in the beta, I think we're basically at the crossroads, I think, right now, in my small microscope opinion of X-Plane 12. I think we are just now hitting the crossroads where X-Plane 12 is going to start taking off into its own category. That's what I get back to saying. The only thing really holding it back is the aircraft models now. The systems and flight modeling is great, but the visuals of the models do not fit in the visuals that is provided by the sim now. K6. What's up, man? What'd you say? Just goes to show anything V1 says is about a week's expiration date. True story, Key 6. We got to start down here pretty soon. AJ Funari dropping the 10 gifted subs. Thank you so much, AJ. Appreciate you, my man. All right, we're going to start down to 250 here pretty soon. AJ, thank you for the 10 gifted memberships. Very, very kind. Very appreciative of that. And Maddie K right behind. Man, X-Plane 12 streams. The love is being shared for X-Plane 12. I got to admit. Gotta admit, X-Plane 12, the love is being shared. Let's do a fuel check. Gosh dang it, I went over again. I went over again, chat. So now we gotta burn 5,000 on each side. Someone remind me to check fuel here in a minute. Thank you, Roy, for the 5 gifted as well. Very, very kind. Appreciate you, Roy. All right, waypoint change 0 to 9, and then we got to go waypoint 3. How far out are we? We got to start thinking about our D-top of descent here, which will be coming up pretty soon. But Roy, thank you again for the 5 gifted memberships, man. Very kind.
551, wind is 120 at 8, runway 10 clear to land. Runway 10 clear to land, gentlemen.
I'm sky vectoring here. St. Thomas to TNCM is how far? 111 miles? Yeah, we need to start down now, I think. We'll start down now. So let's go IS. What did I do wrong here? Auto throttle off. IAS hold, yeah, IAS hold. Power's coming back. Down we go. All right, sounds are coming back up. Oh my gosh, the chat is popping off here. I'm gonna use power back here real quick. Hold on, I'm gonna get set up on the descent. 1,000 feet per minute. There we go. Going up 250. Pre-select is on. Jonathan Paulman dropped another 10 gifted subs. Thank you so much, man. Really appreciate that. That's 20. Dude, appreciate the love and support, man. Very, very kind. And AJ dropped another 10 gifted subs. AJ, thank you so much, man. Really appreciate that. Very kind of you, sir. I appreciate the support. I know you're an X-Plane enjoyer. Chat is going nuts, isn't it, Dougal? Fred dropping a membership. Thank you, Fred. Boeing 738. AJ says, because why not? Thank you all for the support. Fantastic. Here comes waypoint change. So we're going to go waypoint change 03 right now. Insert flyby. Should be a slight left turn. There it is in the turn. Let's go ahead and pick up that rate of descent. I'm going to bring the power back a little bit more. And as we start down, we prep down. We're going to do some landing data. Performance calculation, landing from sim. Looks like we need to set speed bugs. VREF 149, medium auto brakes required. Medium auto brakes are set. We're going to redirect us here. Waypoint change 03 again. Insert straight in the line. Alright, so basically past the St. Thomas, St. Martin is 13 nothing. 13 nothing, and if I sky vector it, the airway we're supposed to be on is 110. So what I could do to join is, yeah, I'll just leave it as is. But we're going PASIC then LARP. Princess Juliana weather, 130 at 8, 10 miles scattered. No SIG, RNAV 10 in use. All right, sounds good. Thank you, Gus. Get a gear horn alert there.
Ladies and gentlemen, the captain has turned on the fasten seatbelt signs. As you may have noticed, we are experiencing some turbulence. Please return to your seat and fasten your seatbelt. Thank you.
Also need to adjust runway length and altitude. Does it not take, oh yeah, I guess it doesn't take the altitude, 100. 100, there we go. 89, 67, we'll do 80, we'll do a medium brakes anyway though, because we got to do a turnaround. 3,000 feet to level off here. Let's get ready to look at, we'll keep the nav log. Let's go to airports again. Let's pull out Saint Martin. 10.9 is what we need. We also need
57 Heavy, turn right heading 180, descend and maintain flight level 150 for sequence.
180 on the heading, and repeat the altitude for Clipper 357.
Liberty 57, descend and maintain flight level 150.
Descend to flight level 150, heading 180 for Clipper 357 heavy. Alright, flight level 15, 150 is set. We're turning right to heading, so we're going to radio switches. So we don't have this star filed. I'll pull it out just in case it gives it to us. But the approach, VOR X-ray runway 10. Let's see what this is. We don't want that one. This will give us a better idea. VOR Zulu off St. Martin. Course 096. We'll just get that in there for a reference. It'll be visual. About 770, which is going to be roughly 750 rad out. Just roughly. It's going to be visual. Runway 10, it's 7,500 feet available. The turnoff is at the end. So yeah, medium brake, 6,700 feet is what we want. We'll reset the speed bugs. It's about time to run the checklist. Let's start it.
Approach checklist, please. Seatbelts and shoulder harness. Check.
It's going to get busy. I got to go with the chat. Sorry, guys.
On. Handy eyes. Off. Exterior lights. Check. Outer brakes. Medium. Radio INS switches. Radio. Flight director computer selectors. Check. Brake pressure. Check. Spoilers. Hold on.
Oh, sorry.
Altimeter. 1013. Set and cross-check. Landing data, EPR, and airspeed bugs. Set and cross-check. Seatbelts and shoulder harness.
I don't know how to arm it.
Check. Fuel panel. Check. Fuel heat. This.
Good evening, American 7554 350.
Off. EPR computer. Lower out. Cabin altitude. Check.
4462,
Circuit breakers. Check. Approach checklist completed.
Our approach check is completed. I'm going to increase my speed brake here. Give us a little bit of descent. I'll hustle us down. I think it was kind of, well, we should have started down a little bit earlier. Let's pick up a rate of descent here. Fuel heat needs to be off. They're off position. They're all in the off position.
Cargo 541 heavy, you're gonna make slope at flight level 11085.
1015 on the meter.
Roger.
1015 is set.
32 heavy, speed 270. 270 knots.
17.5 on the descent. Bravo, pull lever slightly. Well, yeah, I'll get it here in a minute. I gotta use the speed brakes. 16.5, getting ready to level. I'm also going to bug a new speed here. We'll do like 270.
1000 level off.
On the speed, or disarm the speed brakes. And then Bravo says, cool. There we go. So now they're armed, right? Yeah, they're not deflected.
Number 357, you want the visual approach or any VOR approach?
We can take a visual approach for Clipper 357.
Yeah, sure, I can expect that.
Alright, we'll get the visual. Leveling 15.3. Speed is coming back. At this point, we're going to go ahead and go. We are go around, speed, auto throttle on. We'll maintain 270. We are capturing 15,000. 090, Clipper 357.
TW 32, turn left heading 100, descend and maintain flight level 170. 100, flight level 170, activity 328. American 321, ready to takeoff.
The Vatson, Felipe, I was hearing that. The audio does sound slightly different on. I don't know if it's V-Pilot or X-Pilot, rather. It sounds old. It sounds like I would imagine it sounding in a 74200. Look at that. Hold on, slow-mo. Slow-mo, screenshot, standby. Oh my goodness. I can't contain myself. The juice is loose. 270, we're doing a Clipper 357 heavy. I didn't pause the sim, did I? Okay. Looking at the water, non-existent down there. I might have to get a Lewis script for water. Direct juice. So I put our fuel pumps on just because we're going to be landing. I screwed up the balance a little bit. We're about 4,000 over on the balance, but I don't want to forget about them and land with the pumps off. So fuel panel is set for landing. That looks good. We are below our max gross weight, so we're 612, looking good. We are pro 747 pilots, chat. We are pro 747 pilots. Let's go ahead and get the cams up here. Juice cams enabled. Like, this plane is so much fun. I want to go home and do another flight. PMDG. We've got some... Descent flight level 110, Clipper 357. They have their work cut out for them. I can't wait to see what they bring to the table. I just hope it provides the same quote-unquote vibe as this aircraft. Phoenix is dead to him. Felis is the new blazing baby. What's up, Turk? How was that 8-0 cruise back there? How far out are you? Another 2 hours? I can't believe I sat here for the entire flight. Tatey, well, I appreciate you. 1,000 to level off. Oh, you landed, Turk? Oh, you probably took off way in front of us then. I'm curious to see what the new update has in store for us. Oh, you were the first one on the conga line? Nice. Isn't the 744 first? I think so, John.
I can't give you that, sir.
I think the 744 is the first. I hope it is. Better bird, says Gus. All right. Turk took off on Tuesday. Victor, systems are great. I have questions about... I don't have questions. The modeling, in my opinion, is just kind of a killer for me. But the systems are great. All the Toga systems are good. It's great for state saving, great for doing training, like repetitive V1 cuts. Why are we descending so slow here?
Clipper 357 heavy, turn 20 degrees to the right.
20 right, Clipper 357 heavy.
TW 32 to 7 maintain, flight level 130. 130 to be 32. On flower 1 super speed 2
No, the flight model is great, Evan. It's just the visuals kind of kill the immersion for me, the visuals.
321, climb and maintain flight over 240.
Climb 240, American 321.
We got a lot of condensation on our...
Exact jet 250 to resume nose.
watch your ears, chat. Eastern T3 says 400 and Dash 100 are being done by different teams. RSR said he's unsure which will be first. Awesome. All right. Well, hey, I'm equally excited for any and all of the 7-4s. Proud owner of a brand new intraocular lens. Next one next week. Nice, dude. Intraocular lens. Yeah, now. How's it going, Al? It's a beautiful day out today, isn't it? I might set the park a break, go do some fishing here till sunset. Let's see if we can get on the ground today. Diabetic Lad says, last I heard 744 was further ahead systems-wise, but 741 was further ahead model-wise. That's us. Descend flight level 70. Alright, 7th Al, 250. Speed brakes are out. Lights are coming all on. Ignition's on. The next checklist is landing gear flaps, ignition, anti-skid altimeters. Beautiful. We are ready.
41 heavy, backtrack, line up the weight, runway 10, no delay. Backtrack, line up weight, no delay, runway 10. United 1099, taxi to parking, your discretion, connect. Parking, my discretion, I have a day, United 1099,
Currently 50 miles out from the VOR, so we're looking good. There's no need to like hustle down, but you know, 30 at 10,000 and 250 knots, or 10,000 feet, 250 at 49 miles, we're ahead of the game here.
10,000.
Zippy, you buttered, but how low did you get? That's all that matters, man, is how low did you get across the fence line? Do you think P3D is harder to manage or X-planes? Listen, I haven't managed P3D in many years. There's a lot of similarities between P3D and X-plane now, which is wild to say. Zero 70, equipment 357 heavy.
TWA 32 to 7, maintain flight level 110. 110, 288, JetBlue 985, proceed or expect mark to be a mark expect vectors for the RNAV runway 10.
1,000 to level off, speed brake stowed, and should be armed now. Yeah.
Turn right heading 180, wind 120 at 8, runway 10, clear for takeoff. Right 180, pick up.
Yeah, this controller is nice, Turk. I will definitely not leave a compliment, because we know what happened last time. Gear grazes fence line or a go-around? Agreed.
Bridge 75, 54 to 7, maintain flight over 250.
Outcell is armed.
250, American 7554. Airman on sports,
1,000 to level off.
Descend and maintain flight level 150. 150, grouping 425 heavy. And second down to left, clear of runway 9er, requesting taxi to the FedEx apron, should be to the left of the Coast Guard base. On at 1011, taxi to ramp, your discretion is you. Alright, have my discretion for the FedEx ramp, thanks for the ATC. See you! See you!
I remember before Microsoft 2020.
Clipper 357, heavy speed 230.
230 now, Clipper 357. 230 on the speed.
JetBlue 985, descend and maintain.
Flaps 1229, so we'll be right there at the limit.
Heavy, descend and maintain 4,000, QNH 1015.
Descend and maintain 4,000. Clipper 3% Heavy. 4,000 is blue. Speed coming back to 230. Down we go. I guess we could bring thrust levers to idle here.
41 Heavy, radar contact, altitude indicates 1,800, climb and maintain flight level 15.
Maintain 150.
Delta 1887, wind 120 at 8 for lane 10, quit.
1110, Delta 1887, thank you.
There we go.
TAA 32, turn left heading 070, descend and maintain flight level 70. 070, 7000, 2232. Caribbean Lines, 425 Heavy, proceed or exceed Martin View, or expect vectors for the R9 runway 21. Super Line, expect vectors runway
30 miles out. No, they're not. Well, I just pulled them now. They were not deployed. After Microsoft X-Plane 12P3D is not a good sight to behold. Yeah, but guess what? Behold that sight right there, my friend. Juice. Outsell. Take care of your vision while you still have it. Losing it is no bueno. Al, thanks for $5 super chat.
1,000 level off.
Amen to that, my friend. Amen to that.
Descend and maintain 5,000, QNH 1015.
Actually, that doesn't look too bad right there. We gotta fix this little light balloon thing. Some ants go marching out there on the wingtip, but still looks pretty good. Someone's having a hard time with something. Leveling off 4,000 feet, check. 200 first, then 3,000. Clipper 357 Heavy. All right, 200 first. Here we go. Flaps 1. Beautiful. Flaps 5, 209, and flaps 10, 189. So we'll go flaps 5 at a 209 and then 3,000. All right, flaps 5.
Flaps 5.
3,000 set. Flaps 5. Speed brakes are not out, Nevada Rock. Speed brakes are not out, dude. They are now.
Traffic off here, 2 o'clock, 15 miles after 11 at 2,600. Let me know when you have your missile.
I will be looking at the 357 Heavy.
Delta 1887, when you have time, let me know the reason for the car.
Oh, someone had a
huge stutter right on final.
Ah,
You can expect the R9
a stutter.
Speed 180.
Sounds like a Canadian problem.
Speed 180s and we'll expect the R910, Delta 1887.
LM41 Heavy, proceed or
All right, we're 3,000, 200 on the speed. Flaps 5. Fuel check. Plenty of gas. We're looking good.
Clipper 357 Heavy, speed 180.
180, Clipper 357 Heavy.
TAA 32, speed 210.
180 now. That's going to bring us back to...
One ranker, water super, turn left heading 100.
We are flap, what, 5? We can go flaps 10 below 238, so we could go flaps 10 now. Let's do it. Lower that deck angle.
425 Heavy, descend and maintain flight level 110 and flight level 110, reduce speed at 220.
Look at that wing. See how the trailing edge flaps go out horizontally first? I love it.
Clipper 357, do you have the aircraft inside?
Not yet, Clipper 357. You got a heading and distance for me?
He's off here 1 o'clock in about 15 miles. If not, let me know when you have the field. They should be off here 2 o'clock in about 15 to 20 miles.
Yeah, we're still looking negative contact, Clipper 357.
Alright, that's
I
fine.
see
I'll let
boats.
you know. Can we put a visual once you get close?
Roger that, Clipper 357, everything's. We're an X-plane, so we might need to get a little bit closer.
Yeah, good. Double 985, turn right heading 150.
I know, remember, this isn't a Duke.
Double 985, turn right 150. 150 for the right.
Still a pretty good deck right there.
Delta 1887, turn right heading
What's our
27.
flap 20?
Airtime 270, Delta
231. Let's do flap 20.
Exit 215.
That won't trigger the gear warning, will it?
Echo with taxi to Brooklyn, no delay.
Lower that AOA a little bit. Dude, screenshot. What's interesting is I've lost the. Oh, I spun that on accident. There we go. 15 miles out. We're 3,000, 180. Screenshot from 1999. Get out of here, Turk. Everything was good, then short final. My sim was a PowerPoint. Uh-oh. Is that where the field is? This is going to be a challenge to find the field in X-plane. The VOR approach has us Olba inbound, Durber at 1600. I mean, we could take that VOR. We could just clear us. I could just call the field inside here pretty soon. We'll just join up on the 096 inbound on 13-0. I'm pretty sure it's right below this little few clouds here. Yeah, that looks much better. Yeah, I literally think it's blocked by these clouds right there. But I'll relieve him. I'll accept. I'll call a visual here. We'll join this inbound.
TWA 32 heavy, expect a visual approach. If you want something else, just let me know. Visual 10 is perfectly fine. TWA 32 heavy.
Field and sight, Clipper 357 heavy.
Clipper 357 heavy, go ahead.
Field and sight for Clipper 357 heavy.
Clipper 357 heavy, cleared visual approach, runway 10, speed your discretion.
Speed our discretion, cleared visual 10, Clipper 357 heavy. Alright, we're cleared to visual. We're joining the final approach course, Durber 1600. So don't do that in real life, obviously. I'm taking the liberty of calling a visual to overcome some sim limitations here. Where's VTSB? Get out of here. Get out of here. Sounds are coming up.
180 for 985. BDS 425, descend and maintain flight level 70.
Do not do what I did. IRL, please. I think it's just below this haze layer here. 9 miles out. Durber's at 4.9, 1,600 feet.
TWA 32 heavy, proceed our exit. Julian of VOR. 32 line of VOR, TV 32.
4 miles to go. We got just under 1,000 feet to lose. We're looking good.
321 at pass discretion, is to maintain 11,000
VTSP would like you to write down a phone number. Don't get me. What's the VREF again? 140? Did I set the speed bugs ever? Yeah, I did. VREF 149. 149. I mean, I hope we can pick up the field. We decided to go IMC here all of a sudden, like hardcore IMC. Field in sight shortly. What is this cloud layer, Gus? This is not what I wanted to do here last minute. So minimum descent altitude, RVR 3500, let's call it, 770. We'll start down at 4.9. 4.9? Yeah. We are hard IMC now. We gotta start down. Ah, field in sight.
TW-92, it looks like the weather is getting worse at Julieta right now.
Flight directors, auto throttles off. That's me, gears coming down.
Continue for altitude 832. Repair, right.
Bug 149. Flight director would kill it.
1,000. Gears down, green light.
We need to continue to configure up here.
Flaps 25.
357, I'll be expecting late landing clearance with 090-012.
Clipper 357 heavy. I see that guy out there. He's back taxiing. Do a little bit of an S turn here.
Breaking 17,
Flaps
75,
30.
54, descend maintain, flight level 110.
Landing checklist.
75,
Gear.
We gotta get
Down and
down.
check.
We gotta get down
Down
below
and
the
check.
profile here so we can
Flaps.
drag it in.
Down to 110.
Flaps 30.
Flaps 30. Ignition.
Flight start.
Anti-skid.
Check.
10 quarter line, Clipper 357
Altimeters.
heavy.
1015. Sets and cross checks. Landing checklist completed.
Drag it in. Drag it in. There's our 3 reds. That's really low at a 7.4. 3 reds is pretty dang low. Drag it in, baby.
50, 30, 20, 10. Check reverse.
Delta 1887, turn right heading 360.
We may not have got a butter, but I think we came in pretty low.
Auto brake off.
Handle brakes.
Alright, American 93, put him expect dial, estimated approved.
Out off reverse. 60 knots.
We can make this turn around here.
Number 357, heavy, backtrack on 810, vacate at Charlie, taxi to parking, good day.
Backtrack 10, vacate Charlie over to park. Thanks for the ATC. Clipper 337 heavy. Good day.
No problem.
I got robbed, chat. I got robbed. Where's XP?
Yeah, we can do some UR,
Did we get robbed? I think we got robbed. I think that was a butter. We may have been a little firm, but I tell you what, I can't wait to see what we were over the fence line there. Hey Rod, I agree, man. 7.4 never gets unsexy. Trying to kind of expedite this here. Once we get the nose wheel out of full 90, I will speed it up. There we go. Puddles are back. Golly. All right, we'll clean it up. That's up. Flaps up.
Flaps 1.
Where's Charlie? It's after Echo, right?
Flaps up.
TNCM. Charlie's after Delta, actually. Here comes Delta. Next one is Charlie. Puddle sim. Puddles are back. Just don't look at the scenery. Everything else looks good. The night lighting is actually pretty good. I will say that. I think the night light, the airport lighting is more realistic than Microsoft. They're not these massive glowing orbs. All right, we are clear.
Delta 1887, direct Kavaki, descend on maintain 3000.
Trying to do a bunch of different things here. Strobe is coming off, wing light is coming off. All right, ladies and gentlemen, let's start the APU. Return leg, yeah, right. When I get home. Jeremy Manning, welcome to Private Pilot, sir. Glad to have you on board. Look at that MD-11 right there. I'll go all the way in. That way there's some gate space for someone else.
Right, 27 for Caribbean 425 heavy. 1 super turn left heading 050. Tempo 985, turn right heading 300, descend maintain 4000. 300, descend maintain 4000, 795.
Hold on, I want to get the camera set up. This is sick right here. Come on, y'all. Body gear steering would have been help there.
180, we are currently 180, double 980.
Ah! Well, crooked. You can't end on that. Come on. Come on. Come on, chat.
Parking brake set.
Let's run through it. Come on, let's just run through these checklists. Let's do it.
After landing checklist.
Brake pressure.
Check.
Body gear steering.
We've come this far. We'll shut her down.
Outer
Properly.
brakes.
7554, descend
Off.
maintain flight level
Ignition.
70, American.
Engine and wing and the ice.
Off.
Caribbean,
Radar and transponder.
Heavy speed 180. 180, Caribbean 425.
Stand by.
Flaps.
Up.
Spoilers.
Down.
Stabilizer trim.
I gotta get used to these so we can run them
7 units.
after.
Outflow valves. Good. Pressurization mode selector. Let's see.
Pressurization mode selector. Where's that? Pressurization mode selector. Man.
Manual. Aft cargo heat. Let's see.
I was gonna do that and then I got distracted. Nope.
Off. APU. Check. Checklist completed.
All right. Let's go ahead and shut them down.
American 321, turn left heading 260. Heading 260, American 321. Delta 985, turn right heading 0.
Look at that.
620, enable direct embarking. 060, enable direct embarking, Delta 985.
Clipper Bell of the Sky. This is too epic. Look at them spooling down. Alright, cool. What is it going to call for on the securing? Brakes, parked, beacon, INS into a line. So let's go beacons off. Boom. Here, here, here. What else we can call for? Probe window heats are going to come off. I got to learn how to do this so we can do it our own flow. Fuel boost pumps, hydraulic reserve. Boost pumps are coming offline.
Czechoslovakia, at or above 3,600, clear for the R910.
Guess we can turn the radio all the way down. Boost pumps will be off. Reserve tank valves are closed. That's for refuel. Hydraulic panel is checked. We'll go boom, 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 boom. Flight recorder check off material. Let's go ahead and run it. See what we got. INS
All right,
off.
secure
Radio
cockpit
switches.
checklist.
Let's do it. Secure it down.
Brakes. Parked. Beacon lights. Off. INS. Align. Probe and window heat. Off.
Back valves. This. Check. Fuel boost pumps. Off. Reserve tank valves. Closed. Hydraulic panel. Check. Oxygen. Check. Flight recorder. Let's see.
Where does one turn off the flight recorder at? Oh, that's one I'm going to have to learn. I'll skip that.
Emergency lights. Hold on.
Oh, we disarmed that radar off INS. Okay, so basically we'll leave it in through flight mode. We won't do full secure. All right, Dunzo, chat, freaking awesome. Let's go ahead and do a replay. Is there anybody on short final actually? Hold on. Is anybody on final? Hold the sail. Chat, that was a heck of a stream, man. I had a lot of fun. Dougal, did you have fun with that, man? I had fun. I can't wait. So next week, allegedly, I'm thinking about, we'll have to do a poll. It's either going to be another Clipper livery or a KLM to Tenerife. Did KLM fly? I don't think they would fly. I don't think anybody flew to Tenerife like just for fun, right? Everyone diverted there. But it would be an appropriate flight segment length to go to Tenerife. I don't really want to go farther than that in one stream. Let's see, we got a Delta 739 on final. Let's watch this guy land. But I think KLM would be pretty sweet. Now, what I learned too is KLM was the last 744 to ever depart from St. Martin, which is pretty cool. No, Thrustset, tell me where it is again. Tell me where it is. Thrustset, tell me where it is. I looked in settings. I didn't see it. You type it out. I will. I'll look for it. I'm gonna watch this guy land. Then we're gonna do a replay, and then I'm gonna go home. This was so much fun. I'm gonna go home, boot up X-Plane 12, and fly another flight off stream because freaking love the 747. It's so much fun. How long we been live? 4:41. It didn't even feel like 4:41. It was a cruise charter, wasn't it? What was? It's in the weather settings. Oh, you're talking about the last flight was a cruise charter? Maybe it was, I think. Man, Gus, we got to fix these light blooms, too. We got to fix these light blooms. What's the ICAO for Tenerife? Anybody have it offhand? I want to just do a quick sky vector distance length from TNCM. I wasn't near the fence at all. Got a little high, but recorded it, editing it together. Nice. All right. GCTN for south. Let's try. South was like the one, right? Tenerife South is where it happened. So straight line. Ooh, that's 2,600 miles. Might be too long. Ooh. Smashed it. I think that's Canadian who smashed it down there. All right. GCXO for north. Would anybody fly to the St. Vincent Islands over there? Or Sal Vincent? What is this? GVAC? Would anybody fly over there? I'm trying to get something a little bit short. I didn't realize it was 2,000 miles to Tenerife. That's 2,600 miles. I mean, that might be fun. We could do a 2,600 miler if, you know, I take a break in the middle. If you guys are okay with that. I don't know if I'd sit through a full-on 6 hours straight through. That'll be a straight-up 6-hour flight probably. But maybe I can do a little date night with the wife or something. If you guys would be okay with that. Watch a green dot. All right, let's watch the replay, and I'm getting out of here. Let's go. Let's disconnect from Aveo Premium. Aveo Premium has been disconnected. Replay mode is coming up. I don't know if I have to do anything here. Actually, I think what we did, we decided we put the gens back on, right? Well, we can't. I don't know. Let's just see what happens. All right, I'm just going to click it and then wait. Just wait. Be patient. KLM flew TNCM, TNCA. How far? Where's TNCA? That's really close, isn't it? Ooh, that's on arrival. That's on our backtrack. Let's do a rewind from there. Google's getting a 505 code for Aveo registration. Really? Dougal, are you on Aveo or Aveo Premium? Aruba. Ooh, we could do Aruba. I might do Aruba just for fun. what we might actually end up doing is we might end up doing a domestic short haul. We might just end up going a Phoenix to LAX, though, just for fun. Yeah, lights and gens. Lights and gens, we'll do this for replay. Lights and gens for replay. Let's see if we can get it to work here. Maybe I need to put the fuel selector on. Yeah, let's do that. Fuel selector, gens, maybe? There we go. So we get lights.
Don't think.
Here we go. Here we go, chat. We're live in the replay. Let's go, baby. Oh. Did we smash? Oh, I was robbed. That was a butter. Where's XP? XP, where you at? I was robbed. It was a butter. See, I ate my words. I'm over here making fun of XP. I freaking bounced the 7-4, man. The second one was butter, Gus. Yeah, I ate my words on this one. This is why you don't talk smack till after you land. Kadoosh. That's exactly how XP's landing was last night. Exactly how it was. You gotta. We didn't fully come off the ground, but we definitely had a truck bounce here. Watch this. Definitely had a truck bounce. He says I'm robbed. I agree. A little more flare. Goosh. Oh. Freaking love it, though. Freaking love it. Blackbird Controls, my man. Thank you for the $5 super chat. Let's see how far we came over the fence line here. What is the runway one? Shift 4? Shift 3? Shift 3. Ooh. Fence line chat. Let me get to this. Blackbird, thank you for the $5 super chat. Thanks for your entertainment. Well-made throttles all afternoon. Robbed of your butter. Hey, Blackbird Controls, my man. Thank you so much for the support on this channel. We're going to have to hit the streets of the Moog here pretty soon. Hopefully you're around later this evening, maybe, or maybe tomorrow when Navy gets back. But, guys, check out Blackbird Controls. Blackbird, you need some 7.4 levers, man. I'm just going to throw it out there right now. You need some 747 levers. I have a feeling he's probably going to make them in chat. If he does, I'm basically using them right now. I'm using his 727 levers. I have 2 sets because I was a beta tester, essentially. So I'm using 1, 2, 1, 2. But all he has to do is just label these 1, 2, 3, 4, and you're golden. So much fun flying a 4-engine aircraft with 4 throttles and these being full size. It's absolutely insanity. So if you haven't already, he's got other aircraft mods out there. Please check out Blackbird Controls for your Honeycomb Bravo needs. This is a screenshot. I'm going full screen screenshot right here. Print screen. Now, we can't adjust the time, can we? What is it, Shift K and L? Oh, my. Let's do a little bit darker. Screenshot. Isn't there a screenshot button in my X-Plane? Slow-mo over the fence. That's the only thing I don't like about X-Plane is you can't change the time during the replay. You can change it when you're paused. That's pretty good. I don't know. There's a light pole there that's not there IRL, right? Because we are pretty dang close to that light pole. So my official over the numbers rad out is, what is that? 10, 20, 30, no, 25, 50. So we are like 55 feet. We're 55 feet over the fence line. 55 feet. Do I win? Diabetic Lad, it works. I can change it, but look what happened. This is always what happens. So I can change it now, but as soon as I hit play, it goes to the real time that we landed. So unlike Microsoft, though, where if you change it, or if you go into replay mode, it doesn't record the time of day. This records the exact lighting conditions we were faced with on the approach, which is cool in its own way, right? So if you land at sunset and then it's dark by the time you get to the gate, when you wind back your replay, you'll see it at the exact same time that you saw when you did the landing. The light pole is to prevent low approaches. Oh, see, slats go in. Reversers come out, I think. Oh, maybe they won't. I thought they deployed on replay. I swear they deployed on replay. Let's try it again. Let's go back. Oh, they are out. I just didn't see them. Yeah, they're out. All right. All right, I'm done. Come on. What do you think, Chad? A 250? Probably a 250. Right on the markers, though. Did we hit the marker right on? Yeah, we literally, we painted those markers with some rubber. We painted the markers with the rubber. All right, I'm done. Sail's coming up. I'm out of here. I can't thank you all enough for the support on this stream. It was a long one. It didn't feel like a long one. It was a lot of fun. I enjoyed it. I hope you did as well. More 747 content will be coming your way in the future. For now, I'm taking the rest of the night off. I might take tomorrow off. I might not. Real world flying on Saturday, tournament on Sunday. So if I don't see you tomorrow, it'll be a few days until we meet again. But until then, y'all stay safe. Stay healthy. I'm V1. Let's see some 747 screenshots in the Discord, yeah? I'm out of here. Soup! Matty K, I had it muted. I'm sorry. Thank you for the $5 super chat. XP12757 stream went. Matty K, apologies, dude. Matty K, I can't do explain 12757 because visually it's painful to all get out, my man. It's very, very painful. So until there's an update, this is the best we got. Thank you, Matty K.